Ogami, I take God beg you. I know. I no be thief. Wallahi, I no be thief. I no be omo ole. Omo ba ni atoro lawa. Wetin happen be say I be omo onile. Normal. I be omo onile. Now we dey collect omo onile money for this area. They know me. Everybody wey dey do site here know me say I be Egba Adudo. So the Ganiu fighter and Tolani come call me say then they do roofing for here. I dey talk, say then they do roofing for here. Say make I come. I come say she want to for in con. They say they never give them anything. Say one squad come yesterday, say they don't settle them and they don't go settle them for palace. I come say she something okay na Egba Adudo send you come. Then tell them, I say ìyálà ìyá wọn wípé may we reach there. Ipe ká lọ mójú ajé kò ní sọ pé wọ́n máa sanwó mi. So when I reach here, I come dey tell the Kabiru carpenter wey dey up, wey dey do the roofing. Say Kabiru dáṣẹ́ dúró. He come dey do the kokoko own kan lọ. He dey do him work. Na here I come carry stone for outside. As I wan enter, the thing no open, the gate no open. I can't carry stone. I dey stone am from outside. Say, Kodache Duro, they stone am. Later, he just say, Egba Adudo, oh yeah, they don't open gates, come inside. Say, may I no stone am again? I say, may I come collect my money? He say, yes, may I come collect my money? Now here I come enter. As I enter, now he say, may I dey come to the back. As I reach that back, now I see two army. I want go meji. As I say, I don't come gate. I say they don't lock gate, mommy. So now they come say, shebi na me won't collect money. I say, mo ya fear for long. Say I don't need money again. Now they say like you say I must collect my money. They come say like they do frog jump for the past 3 hours. Wallahi ati Jemmy. I don't do frog jump. So now you can't come now. So I can't believe say I be a money. Zibe keba mi be won. They can say now you be the oga we get this place. Say you be oga me. I say assuming you put them outside, say military zone, keep off. Mo follow mbura. Mo fa no be kun. I no go enter. Mi o ṣejura mi lọ. Nǹkan tí màá jẹ ni màá wá. Ni mo wá kiri. The stupid Ganiu fighter and the other guy we gonna call me want to fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́ àwọn wọlé já ṣàánú mi ọ̀gá mi help me beg your boys. I swear till you go finish this house na me go dey here as me guard or security. Nobody go disturb Kabiru láyé kó máa ṣiṣẹ́ lọ till you go paint am do everything. Mo wà fún yín ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ ṣàánú mi ẹ má jẹ́ kí ìyà jẹ ìyà ìdí.
I can see some of my old contemporaries to be here in this incredible day and just share the burden and the pains with the family that has rest upon their shoulders. For me, it's disheartening that you have Lagos State, you have Nigerian Football Association, they dropped the buck on the family. I felt in my spirit there is nothing to put your life for. That's why I say I have to shift back so that I will not implode. It's grieving. My mother passed on. I never shed tears. My father passed on in my hands. I never shed tears. Then when Rufai passed on, I had ghost pimple on my body. And every individual I'm speaking to, there was, tears of lamb rolling through my cheeks. What kind of nation is this? With this kind of example they have shown in Shefulue, in Stephen Keshi, blessed memory, Thompson Oliha, blessed memory, Rashidi Yekini. I will never advise even my son to put his feet for this country. Send me out. Do we have a football federation? Or do we have a football association in this Lagos State? That this hero, this soldier, This football evangelist has to be treated this way and his family. Could you imagine that the family will be crying just to solicit in within our groups to ask for money? That is madness. From look, please let me go. I don't want to pour my heart.
To celebrate you, to support you as our incoming president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Given the courtesy visit by these ex-internationals, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu says he would continue to celebrate the heroic deeds of these former Super Eagles players.
So the foreigners of this nation.
Taribu West prayed fervently for Tinubu's presidential aspiration.
We command Ahmed Bola Tinubu's name right now to stand in that throne of the presidency of this nation.
Amen. One of the
July 2025, we received the report that the operatives of Udogashi, Agoneshembake, the exercise of the operations in Oba community, went into a compound in the pursuit of some suspected cultists. And in the process, they assaulted some youth coppers. Upon that report, immediately on that same day, we arrested the operatives because that act was totally outside the purview of our mandate, and the act itself is condemnable. We arrested them on the 23rd of July 2025. And here are they. Then on the same 23rd of July, we got in touch with the coppers, especially the two of them that one of them is now in the online trading video online. So we got in touch with them that same 23rd. Then took them to the hospital for medication, and we paid the hospital bills. On the 24th, they came to my office here in company of the local government coordinator of the NYC for Idemrisa local government area. And we brought out the suspects for proper identification, and the coppers were able to identify them as the people that perpetrated the act. First and foremost, we obtained statements from these suspects, and equally obtained statements from the coppers. And we told the coppers next step we were to take, which was to hand them over to police for investigation. However, the coppers, especially this particular one on the video that is trending, with her parent, pleaded with us that for the sensitive nature of that video, they wouldn't want us to hand them over to police for prosecution. Coming from them, we agreed to that. And there and then, they listed out some of the things they claimed were damaged, including laptop, phones, and other things. And we paid. Since then, because we couldn't proceed with their prosecution immediately, we kept them because we have our own code of conduct. So they have been facing our own internal disciplinary measures, because we told the family that anytime you are ready, you are willing to take them to court. And right now, as you've seen them, in further demonstration of our openness and our readiness to be fair to everybody, we are going to take them now with or
you are going in there now. Go and cooperate with the Speaker, other members of the House of Assembly of Kogi State, and be part of those that will support Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo. Are you getting my point? In everything that comes to the assembly, everything. Even if you don't understand.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. It's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time
to be
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. Can we arrange the meeting grant? Can we arrange the meeting grant? So let me control your emotion. You understand?
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because he mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time,
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him 1 second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We're coming to you live from New York City. Today is Saturday, August 23rd, 2025. welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to have an interesting conversation, as we always do today, Saturday, and it's going to be wonderful. We have a special guest who is joining us in about 15 minutes. We'll talk about that in a moment. Just stand by. All right, so these are some of the stories we are looking at. Let's start from Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu just concluded his visit to Japan. And what did he get from Japan? He got a loan. He secured $236 million in loan from Japan to upgrade our national grid. Japan and Nigeria, they have trade that is worth about $1 billion between the two countries. He also was able to get the government in Japan to declare a city in Japan called Kisarazu, a hometown for Nigerians. So if you don't have a hometown, in Nigeria, you have one now in Japan. They're also establishing a special visa for Nigerians to travel to Japan to work. Incidentally, during his visit to Japan, Bola Tinubu appealed to Nigerians abroad to come back home. So while all of you who are abroad are coming back, new people will be going to Japan to work and make money and bring that back to Nigeria. In Oyo State, or former old Oyo State, there's this conflict between the Ooni and the Alaafin of Oyo, which is about who has the right to give people title. Will cover the whole of Yoruba land. We saw 4 days ago, the Alaafin of Oyo gave the Ooni of Ife 48 hours to revoke the title he gave to a businessman. It's 4 days now, and that has not happened. So we're going to talk about that. We invited a prince from the old Oyo Empire, from the family of the Alaafin, to join us and help us understand what's going on. So that will happen at 1:30. So in about 10 minutes, he will join us and we have that conversation with him for a few minutes. Also in Anambra State, there is the Agune Chamber, the vigilante group that the governor, Charles Soludo, set up. They had something we discussed last week. They attacked a youth copper. Now we have a report that they've been sacked, but they are not going to press charges because the lady in question didn't want that story to continue. We will talk about that. And when we come to America, we will talk about Trump, in the sense that there's a new executive order which now empowers the president or the immigration services to look at 55 million people with visas to the US, look at their record and see if there's any need to deport them. So it's quite interesting what's going on. And of course, I know there are so many other stories in the news that we are going to touch. So let's begin the conversation. Like I said, we're going to have a guest join us briefly to tell us what's happening between the Ooni and the Alaafin. So if you're in the studio, you want to join us, turn on your camera. We will bring you on briefly before we get our guests in. Those on the comment section, thank you so much for joining us and for your comments. We always appreciate you. Let me bring in those who are in the studio and say hello to them before our guest comes. All right. So who do we? So there are some people who I don't understand what they think. Okay, let me not go there. I'll find out what's wrong with them. Maybe they are actually not feeling well. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
How are you today?
I think I will be all right. I'm not yet all right.
Okay, what's happening? Why?
The situations in Nigeria, only bad news coming out of the country.
No, there's good news. I mean, the president got $238 million from Japan.
Will you pay back the loan?
Also, they reported that the external reserve went up. It's now $41 billion.
41 million.
Billion.
Okay, now what about the money he has borrowed all along? Will 41 million write it off?
Well, that's something we want to discuss, because the
okay.
president supporters are pointing at that and saying that the economy, things are improving. The president also said the economy is improving, that Nigerians should come back home before they miss opportunity to benefit.
Excuse me, he is not the one to tell me that the economy is improving. If you use classical methods, using GDP and what have you to assess the improvement of the economy, he's just deceiving himself. And people know what is going on. Are prices affordable? The answer is no. I mean, which sector of the economy is improving? Let him tell us. And he's telling people to come to Japan to work and whatever it is. Sorry, telling people to come back home, and he's creating new opportunities for others to go to Japan. So who is he fooling? Please kindly tell me, who is he fooling? Is he fooling me or is fooling himself?
All right, we'll get to that. Is there any story in the news that you've been paying attention to that you think we need to be aware of?
Well, the only thing that has been of interest to me is what happened in Anambra State with that lady. They stripped naked. Because if we are clamoring for the creation of state police, and these kind of things are happening, only God knows what will happen if it is, recognized constitutionally. Anyway, I'll talk more about that when we get to my talk.
All right, thank you so much. We will touch on that. That's a good point. I always thought about the fact that he is a professor. You would think that he will set example so that people who had fears about state police will not have anything to worry about based on the conduct of his vigilante. But based on what we're seeing, it appears as if that's not the case. All right.
To be a good administrator, you don't need degrees. A professor, whatever. You just need enlightenment, not academic degrees.
Oh yeah, we're just saying at least you can say that he has experience, has seen the world. There are some probably like the one in Edo State who have not gone anywhere, may not know the best practices. Monday, Epoholo, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Never been better. That is good.
So, Ovie, welcome to the show.
To respond to you directly, our governor, we elected him to champion our local issue. Whatever that is happening in Obodo Yibo is not concern us. We have a lot of problems that needed his attention. I think so far he's doing well. He's doing bigly. He was of some bigly. So whatever that is happening abroad, it left for abroad people. Bola Tinubu is in charge.
Okay. Okay. So where are you?
Where am I? I'm in Hoboken, New Jersey, just a stone throw from the Big Apple.
Okay.
I am tired of seeing the Big Apple from afar, so I came close, and I almost got eaten by by tickets.
Oh.
New York Police.
How many did you get?
The first day I went straight to New York to go work. That day, before I left, I got $115, just one. Then I went to Adidas just to spend 30 minutes. I had to pay like $15 for parking spot. I was like, is this what the Big Apple is all about? Nah, man, this is like Lagos for me anyway. But I I don't understand how you guys. I think you people that live outside Manhattan, the rich, now them be the rich people. But those people inside all those skyscrapers, Lord Jesus, no, that's not life. But yeah, I'm in New York, New Jersey, Boston area. I'm everywhere within those spaces.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
So, any story that we're missing that is important to you?
Yes, I think this is. I think make I put on to you. I think you are scared of me. You don't know how to introduce me before you bring Mr. Jim. So it's good to know that number one satirist of the political satirist in the country. Get person way in this. People joke about that anyway. But Dr. Amechi, I think we are in the wrong profession, or we are doing it the wrong way. You especially you that we look up to, not just as a content creator, satirist, even as a professor. I mean, we did there's a Professor Gege, make
Oh
$30
no!
million
Oh,
just like that.
So what? Hold on, Ovie, what did you say? I don't know. It was yesterday that I saw the name for the first time. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he does, but I saw it everywhere.
It got my attention yesterday. I didn't see the name, but I thought he was just speaking rubbish until that yesterday that he founded the university, and I think it's giving. It reminds me of what is this guy in that China FBI been Hungarian government were after this. What's his name? Somebody should remind me on the comment section. I mean, it's giving young men a different way of seeing the system, which is crazy to me now. So they terrorize all of us. But I think what Genge is doing is teaching the Nigerian young men. I don't know when a relationship expert, but he says he's a financial expert. But nobody can question his capability or how good he is. If under a couple of hours he made $30,000, just over 150,000 people watching him live, just teaching a university. I'm not sure any university professor in Nigeria can hold a lecture that will gather 1,000 views. So for him to actually prove it is I think it makes me question, man, what am I doing in America?
All right, we'll look for him. Maybe we invite him to 90 Minutes Africa.
Oh yeah, you should.
We like people like that. Awimbom, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm fine, Doc. Good evening to all of you.
It's nice
Doc,
to see you.
how's New York?
Very good, very good. Yeah, good.
Yeah. As you can see, I am still mourning two great sons of our land here that died in the helicopter air crash. One of the very strong ministers, two of them that were performing so very well, but we lost them in that plane crash with another 6 members and the crews of that Z9 helicopter, controlled and manned by the Ghana Air Force. So it was so bad, so difficult for us to swallow. In fact, the flag of Ghana has to go on a half-mast and so on and so forth. So it was a very horrific month. This particular month is a very difficult month for us. So I am happy to be.
Have they found out what caused the helicopter too?
No, the manufacturers of that helicopter, that is the Chinese, they have taken the black box, for forensic, explanations. So we don't know yet, but I believe that they will, look at it very fast and give us the reasons why, that plane, that helicopter crashed. Although some people within that area said that it hovered, below than what it's supposed to be. So we wanted to know what really happened, because those areas is as if you are flying although they complain of bad weather as well. So, but we do not know the reason why he was flying below, what it's supposed to be. And unfortunately, that accident happened. One of the most difficult, I used to fly in choppers while we were in the UN, ECOMOG, by, controlled by PAE, Pacific Architect Engineers. I think it's a United States military contractor that was, giving out logistics in ECOMOG. I have never been so, happy flying in a helicopter. it is so difficult for me, but I have to do it when you are in the, in the military, and especially in peacekeeping operations. So I do not know what happened until the forensic experts review the black box. Then we will know the actual cause of that crash.
What about are they in? If this were to be in Nigeria, there will be conspiracy theories. Are there conspiracy theories going on in Ghana, or people accepted it as an accident?
No, there are quite a lot of things that is happening in Nigeria that is not happening in Ghana here. We are not experiencing, this armed guys that are able, well equipped, at least to bring down planes. Only natural cause, for that, plane crash. So these are some of the. There is no conspiracy theory, as far as I know, and as far as the government will have us believe. So there is nothing like that. We are just looking at the information that they are going to pull out from that black box, so that we will now arrive at a conclusion, final conclusion of what really happened to it.
All right, thank you so much.
Gege is a Nigerian version of Andrew Tate. Have you heard of Andrew Tate?
Yes.
Yeah, just that they have a different message, but it was pretty much targeted toward young men. Really young men the same message. But he is focused on financial aspects, right? Why Tate is more towards societal control, masculinity, and all that kind of stuff.
All right, thank you. Let's welcome to the show Nkezi. Am I pronouncing it right? Welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hi. Welcome to the show.
Okay, the name is Nkeys.
Okay, Nkeys. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for letting me know.
My full name is Nnamdi Okonkwo.
So,
yeah, that's just mine.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Welcome to the show. Where are you joining us from?
Abuja. I'm presently in Abuja.
Oh, wow. Okay. Do you guys miss the president?
Kind of. Miss him.
The roads are clear. Without him everywhere, there's no blocking of the roads. No. So how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm doing fine, sir.
Okay. And how is Wike doing? Do you guys? I actually was in Abuja this year for the first time in many years, and I enter any room, any hotel, I see his picture on the wall. I get scared a little bit, like this man might come in here. So how is he doing?
Wike is working, kind of. You can't take that away from him. He's working, at least. There's some of the projects he's executing, for sure he's working. Just his approach, his character towards other politicians. I think that's just the issue. But in terms of him delivering on the jobs, he's doing fine.
Okay, your connection is not very good, but just in case, maybe you can speak up. So when you read a story like the one I read in one online paper about him giving land to his father who is 90, what does that tell you? How do you read that as someone who lives in Abuja?
Please come back. I didn't get that. Giving land to...
Yeah, his father. There's a story online about him giving a piece of land to his father, his sons, and things like that. How do you take that as someone who lives
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't hear you. Did you say anything?
Though he's not the first person to do such. Most ministers, once you have such a... Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah. I think there's a delay. Go ahead.
I think the network issue. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. There's just a delay from your end. Go ahead.
A delay?
There's a delay. We hear you after
you. Can you hear
you.
me now? I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so just like you said, it's still quote-unquote rumors, still an accusation, so it's not yet verified. So for now, I can't take a stand on that. But We know somehow Nigerian politicians, they do that a lot. Once they're in place of position, they allocate lands to their family, buy properties. There was an interview he granted in Channels. Shane was asking him, what is the source of your wealth? He couldn't answer it. It was like, my father is rich. I was driving Benz. What is the source of your wealth? Because if you are to check his salary, what he earns as a governor, minister, he's not prepared to get a Rolls Royce. So you can't just be a billionaire without an enterprise. So most of these politicians, that's what they do. Once they're in office, they embezzle as much as they can just to, you understand, spread it to their family and friends and all that. So it's nothing new. But hopefully he'll be investigated, and if the government can do anything concerning that, I don't know.
All right. Thank you so much. Our guest is here. I didn't even notice. So we are going to start our conversation in the normal conversation we have in 30 minutes. But let me welcome our guest in and let him shed light into what is going on, the rivalry between the Ooni of Ife and the Alaafin of Oyo, so that some of us may be able to understand it more. So you can stay in the studio and I will talk to him. Let me bring in Prince Raman Oladibolo, who is from the family of the Alaafin of Oyo. Raman, welcome to the show. Raman, can you hear me? Raman?
This is just a case of
Raman is not 45.
Hello.
Yeah, Raman, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. So you've been here many times. People know you, that you are a regular guest on the show. You are a prince also, and you could have been the current Alaafin of Oyo, but you lost out. I don't know whether you competed, but you lost out. So tell us what's going on. How has it been? This man who is the Alaafin is your cousin, is it not?
Yes, it is.
All right. So tell us a little bit. Who is he? Why is he making us worry about a fight breaking out between the Ooni and the Alaafin of Oyo?
Well, first I didn't lose out. I didn't compete. So
you didn't compete?
No.
Oh, okay.
But
why? You didn't have money to compete?
You didn't give me money. I asked you for money. Did you?
Okay. So what is going on? Who is he? How is he? What kind of person is he? I mean, it's not been 6 months, and there is already he's checking up everywhere. What's going on?
Well, the Alaafin, he's a gentleman, and he is new to this throne. That's one thing that people need to understand, and we have to consider the people around him. And but this conflict is something that's been going on for a while. It predates both the current Alaafin and Ooni, but there are different ways people could handle things, but it all depends on how that person sees the situation exactly. I don't know exactly how the Alaafin saw this and be able to respond in that way, but I've been wondering if even such a thing could become a problem the way it is, because the Okalomo, as the title, it's not something that I've heard before. It's not something that really matters, much in the whole hierarchy of chiefs in Yoruba land, and there's still some discussion whether it was Okanlomo of Oodua that was conferred and not Okanlomo of Yoruba land. Because there's a difference between the two. Yes, it's Alaafin that has the supremacy of conferring a title on anyone that is across the Yoruba land. And if largely, most of the time, even that kind of chieftaincy title is limited, because so far I think it's only Are Ona Kakanfo that is the title that's cut across all Yoruba land, even across to Yoruba society communities in the diaspora. So that's why I don't see what the main issue is, and we have to think about how the media has also been trumping this thing since it started. Even since the Alaafin got on the throne, the media has been saying one thing or another in such a way that you can tell that they've been prying into his actions, into so many things, even including something that you would expect that someone may not even put his mind into. They've been suggesting that they've been bringing out this issue of the conflict. So the atmosphere is already charged, not from these individuals themselves, but from how the media has been taking it. And we know that's the way of the modern social media, that's how they perform.
Hold on, you're blaming the media, but this conflict has been going on for many years. Yeah. This is during the military era. Yeah. The governor of the old Oyo state, Governor Adisa, had to weigh in to stop the conflict between the Oni Den and the Alaafin. So it's not a new thing.
Yes.
So it's give us the historical background. Who designed this power structure between the Oni and the Alaafin, and who is breaking that?
Okay. First, I'm not blaming the media, but because we should recognize that today, with the social media infrastructure and everything, everybody can consider themselves part of the media, and so many people trying to do either genuine love of wanting to be a journalist or just to be able to be famous or make money or whatever. So many people, so many of them that they've been picking up the camera and talking about all different kinds of issues. And many of these people, especially who are not trained in journalism, who are just picking up things, many of them are looking for clout online. They're looking for followers. So they pick topics that they know can generate reactions from people. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But historically, you mentioned the governor Adisa, how stopped Oni at the time. Yes, you can say it was a similar situation, but like I said earlier, we are not. I'm not quite sure exactly if it was of Yoruba land that Oni conferred now, or if it was of Odua. But of course, if it was Okonlomo of Yoruba land, yeah, there is a distinction in that, in the sense that when it comes to hierarchy in the Yoruba land, yeah, Alaafin takes precedence over all other kings. Given that from the time that the history of Oyo or the Yoruba land that goes all the way back to Odudua having a son, Okabi, and then Okabi having 7 children that became the heads of most of the all of the kingdoms in Yoruba land now. However, the whole structure of who is Oni has been in contention for a while. First, there are some stories that goes that Alaafin, the Orominyo, was the king, the person remaining at the palace in Ife at the time, because he was the youngest. And he brought the chief priest to rule on Ife. Given that Ife is also a spiritual origin, it's the spiritual land for Yoruba people. So it will make sense that it will be a priest, sort of, that he could use. But that doesn't mean that that's exactly how it happened. But this is how the story goes, that he brought in the chief priest to rule Ife while he moved to another place. He went to Benin, and then before he finally arrived in Oyo, and started as the Alaafin in Oyo. So there is that question in the first place, and then over time, the many people who have occupied the throne of Oni have been varied in such a way that it's not like a lineage as you can trace in Oyo, so to speak. There were times that, according to even Alaafin Adeyemi that passed away, he told he enlightened people at some time over the issue of when even someone was taken from Oyo to be the Ooni of Ife. during the crisis, there are some crisis that was going on in Ife. Many of the, or when they put them on the throne, they were dying very quickly. So they were looking for who would stay. There were some things that they first found a woman. There was a woman they found who occupied the throne. But over the course, so it's been they picked someone from Oyo, they picked someone from Ibadan, to be the Oni. So it shows in some ways how the Alaafin has been instrumental in how they select the Oni, how they manage things in Ife, and that tells us of the supremacy that Alaafin assumes over the entire Yoruba land. Even there are some rights when you select an Oni during the coronation. There's some rights that comes from Oyo to be able to certify the Oni. So all of this make people, everyone to assume that this is the way things are. The confusion started, I think, sometime between when Awolowo and using Oni Aderemi, Adesoji Aderemi, he also had political power at the time because as a governor of a region in that time. So Adesoji Aderemi had political power in the modern political structure that we have, and yet he was also an Oni. So, and as we know, the situation of hierarchy play between the modern political system and our traditional chiefs, we know things have changed, especially since Awolowo relegated the chieftaincy title. So that brought Ooni of Ife more to the fore at that time. And I think that confused a lot of people to think that since then that Ooni of Ife is actually the head of the entire Yoruba land. So even there was a time I was at a dinner with a dean of African and African American Studies at UMass Boston here, that we talked about the history of Yoruba land, and then suddenly at some point she asked me, who is the head of the Yoruba land, Ooni or Alaafin? So that's how the extent that things have spread regarding that. And when the issue of the past Ooni and Alaafin happened, Alaafin wrote a letter to Governor Adisa. You understand? Not in the media or anything. He wrote a letter to Governor Adisa and instructing Adisa about how the structure of this, and that Ooni did not have the power to install anybody as a chief of Yoruba land. And the governor looked into it, and that's why the governor stopped Ooni at the time. So it's a similar situation that we have now, but because of the charged media environment that we live in today, things seem to get out of hand. And I also wonder, I mean, the publicists of Alaafin, how they will react to this, because it depends on who is there, would determine how you react.
Raman, hold on. Why did the Alaafin issue a warning and say 48 hours you have to revoke it? Is that the way you would have handled it if you had become the Alaafin of Oyo?
Like I said, different people will have different ways of approaching conflict. If I was the Alaafin there, that I wouldn't issue something like that. Even if I could just go into the history and see instances of similar things. I would have found the situation of Alaafin Adeyemi and Ooni at the time to also even guide me in how I will respond to something like that. And also, I think we have to also take into consideration the fact that this is a different era, and people tend to think that culture is a static thing. Culture is always evolving, and in today's time, because of the change in the system of governance from the colonial time to the modern that we have, it seems to be the kind of change that we've not seen in Yoruba land, and even across Africa, that we have not seen before. So it makes it such that the traditional rulers, in order to be able to maintain relevance, we refer to them as the custodians of the culture. In that way, the expectation is that everything that has to do with the culture, they should be able to guide the society. However, also, by doing that, I think we need to take into consideration the modern time, the society that we live in today, because the Oyo and Ife of today were not exactly Oyo and Ife of 200 years ago. You know, the entire environment is different, and we have to think about, you know, we are living in a democratic, under democratic governance. People have, or everyone has their own individual rights that you can't just take away their right by any. I mean, you remember the time Professor Shoyinka sat in one young man's seat in the plane. You know, what the boy did, he asserted his rights. Even if we say in Yoruba land or as Nigeria in general that it's disrespectful. However, it happened in a context where he could assert his rights. And even Professor Shoyinka fought for people to be able to assert their rights like that. So in that situation, I think we need to be able to tamper all of these things and take into cognizance. If I, as an Oba, would have to respect your individual rights in how I govern, how much more for other Obas? You understand that we will all be in the same. I wouldn't be in the face of someone like that, or because the tone of the press release actually, yes, it disturbed me as well, because I felt like it was so much. It didn't carry much respect for the Ooni of Ife himself, because no matter how we go into history, right now he is widely recognized as a chief Yoruba leader as well. So I would expect that the relationship between them should be behind the whole media wall and everything. Even Alaafin Adeyemi told the story of when Obasanjo became president, that he called them to speak with them and beg them, talk to them that they should handle whatever conflict, crisis they had among one another, and not bring such a thing into the open, into the media, because he feels like as a Yoruba president and all of that, he should be able to contain any kind of things that will blow into the media. And they all respected that idea. They continue to handle their issues among themselves. So that's one thing I would have stopped from doing such a press release, to throw it out there. So right. Yes, I think, yeah.
Okay, well, I have two more questions, and then I'll let people in the audience to ask you a question, and then we end it. And the first one is, so there are other stories in the news concerning the Alaafin, including that his agents beat up another Oba who eventually died. What is that about?
Well, that was it was a news that came out around the time of coronation, that the Oba of Oyotunji in the US here also went to the events as part of the old tradition, and the report was that there was some scuffle, and like I said, it's also actually I didn't see much of this in the regular media, the how I could say it's the reliable media, yeah, the mainstream. I heard most of it from some of these self-made journalists who are prying into, and the tone and the way everything was, I wasn't sure. It made me doubt, but I later learned that, yeah, something like that happened, but exactly how it happens, we still don't know. Because no one has been talking about it since then, whether for the mere fact that it probably didn't happen the way they said, or maybe it was just taken out of the media at the time. But yeah, so that was the situation with that. It was a very unfortunate situation that that king died here.
All right. One last question from me. There are people who are watching what's happening between the Ooni and the Alaafin, and they will think, why should we give them, and I've had this, and they made this statement concerning the Biafrans. They will say, why should we give them Oduwa nation or Yoruba nation? Because they will go there and be fighting themselves. So what do you say to that? Because that's what some people in Nigeria today are thinking, okay, these people, we can't give them a Yoruba nation because they will go and kill themselves if we don't let them out of Nigeria.
Well, first, it's not up to any other people to say, we will give them or we will not give them. They could assert whatever they want to assert. But the thing, even the idea of people wanting to Yoruba nation, I still don't understand it, because we have a polity which is Nigeria. And I think what we all should try to do is how we're going to make things better. We know our problems. It's not like the problem is mysterious. We know our problems, all the corruptions, all the mismanagement and everything. And that's what I think, if everyone from all parts of Nigeria really come together to be able to focus on this and intensify pressure to be able to make the country better. I think that's what we should be putting our energy into. So I've never been up for any Yoruba nation, and also because it's clear, just like you said. That's what I believe will be happening, because the conflicts between among one another, everyone, it's any region where you want to break Nigeria, even say you break it into 3 major ones, and all, you have this infighting over there, simply because already we have the cracks are always there. I mean, even as a Yoruba man, I grew up hearing sometimes some people will tell you, if you are from Oyo, Ibadan, don't marry someone from that Ijebu or Egba or something. People have all sorts of things. So where is the sense of unity? So I believe to more education for us to be able to see the unity of one another is important, and across Nigeria to be able to see that we are all Nigerians, equally Nigerians. We need to come together to be able to handle this. And I really expect the Obas, the traditional rulers across Nigeria, that this is a main function that they ought to be focusing on. But I also recognize the problem that started from the time of Awolowo, how Awolowo really relegated their position, including even Azikwe also did that in the east, and you have that also in the north with Sadauna. So I think this issue, and it's power. Everyone wants power, and whatever small power you have, you want to, you get drunk over it. And I think that's what happens. Relegating them like that, it takes away even power for them to want to talk plainly. Anyone who wants to really talk against the government, it takes away the power from them. If as Alaafin, I criticize the president here, I say what you're doing is not right, and I'm trying to. Right now he has the power to remove me. The governor could remove you. So many of the traditional leaders, they are muted, unable to really speak what their mind, unable to be able to talk to their people in how they are going to conduct themselves during elections. Because all of these things, I see it as what the traditional rulers should be doing to be able to make the Nigeria a better country. It would have been better if they had been doing that all along, but the power that the current political system has taken away from them is not helping at all.
Roman, thank you so much. Before I let them in, there's just something that crossed my mind. I know you're doing a documentary on the process of choosing the Alaafin of Oyo. And in that documentary, you're beginning to see the difference or the conflict between the traditional and the modern structure. And I would think that you would prefer, maybe let the Yoruba people choose how they want to choose their kings, not allowing the governor, somebody who, to decide anyway. But that's up to you to weigh in on that. Let me bring in Mr. James. Do you have any question or comment for Rahman?
Yes, I think it's more of a comment than question. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yeah, let me read something. A statement credited to Socrates. To one with self-respect, there is no greater shame than basking in the honor of another's name. For true dignity lies in the worth of one's own, not in the echoes of glory from ancestors known. You see, we, the people of Africa, we are of the habit of clinging onto customs and traditions instead of behaving like responsible members of the human race. In other parts of the world, the Chinese, the Persians, the Indians, and what have you. These were empires that existed while Oyo, Benin, and others were in existence. They've gone beyond this issue of ancestors, customs and tradition, what have you. Man is looking for alternative home in space, outer space. They are using their brains for better things. Here we are quarreling over trivialities like children. Now, what has these traditional institutions done for us? They sold us into slavery for 400 years, solid years, without remorse. What did they do with the proceeds of slavery? It's very difficult to understand. So, in my opinion, there's no need for all these quarrels. And even, let me mention something before I conclude. When I was somewhere, I read, I watched it on television somewhere. One of the leading traditional rulers in the West went to the United Kingdom some time ago. On his entourage, there was somebody caught with hard drugs at Heathrow or Stansted Airport, I can't remember. One of these traditional rulers in the West, although he is not involved, but the person caught was part of his entourage. So in my opinion, the institutions are of no use to us in modern Nigeria. They've lost their legitimacy with the coming of colonial rule. The white man has taken power from them, and they should confine themselves to their palaces and what have you. They are disturbing us. They have no use to national development. This is how I see them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. James. Prince Rahman, your institution, your grandfather's institution are totally useless to us, according to Mr. James. Any response to
that? Yeah, thank you. I think he has some valid points, but some could be a little better. But I understand it's in the context of how we see the world, which is also, the way people would react. And such this thing requires a debate among ourselves. What is the value of the traditional rulers? In fact, the documentary that you mentioned that I'm working on, that's the question that at the end of it, that's the question that I want to pose to the audience. That if they think they still need these traditional rulers, then they have to stand and fight and support them to be able to get enough power to make a change. If any one of them wants to make a change, then afterwards the responsibility will be on individuals who occupy these positions, whether this individual is doing enough or whether that individual is also corrupt or things like that. So it's a question that I intend to pose with the documentary, and that if you don't think they are, then we can scrap them. I don't see, it's up to the people. We have to decide. But in deciding, it will be also good to precede that with good education for people. First, number one, the idea of the colonial powers and usurping all of it, these are part of our problem. People might say, we need to stop blaming the Oyibo people and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a difference between blaming and between blaming and dissecting what happened and how and the effects of that what happened. So we know the encroachment, the usurpation of Africa by the Westerners at that time. It also did a lot of things in disrupting the culture, and we know culture is very important to any group of people, because it's the culture through which we do everything in the society, from economics to religion. Everything is within the particular culture, because even there was the idea of now that people will belong to one religion or another. There was no issue of that. Across Africa, you never heard one religion trying to fight another religion for supremacy. It never happened across Africa. But it was when the colonial people came, that's when we started having it. When the Arabs came with Islam, trying to say people, to make people to become Muslims, and you have the white people claiming Christianity and all of it. the conflict, the cultural conflicts that they have been having for centuries are what they brought to Africa. And now we are like proxies in this war because the two cultures have been seeking to conquer the whole world. It's an imperial actions, the whole idea of trying to join one religion or another for supremacy. So these are part of our problem. And if we don't educate ourselves, if we don't really go deep to understand it, we won't be able to make the right decision whether we want the traditional rulers to remain and more empowered, or we don't want them to be around anymore. But I think personally for me, I would think that I will want them, but in a better status where they will have enough power to be able to influence the society properly and to be really the custodian of that culture. Make sure that that culture is understood well by the people and is shared around Nigeria, around the world. That's, we need to be able to learn all of these things among ourselves. Even, I as a Yoruba man, because I was born a Yoruba, but I'm a human being, just like you being born in the Igbo land or someone being born in Hausa or any other place. We are human beings. And I think that comes first. In that way, I see all cultures as belonging to us all together as humans. It's the circumstances that created all these different places. So because of that, I would want to learn well enough about my culture to be able to share to other people across Nigeria and beyond Nigeria. And I will want you to learn well about your culture and share, because I want to know, because it's also my culture. And I think Yoruba culture is also your culture as an Igbo man or as an Hausa man. So in this way, that's how we can, part of how we can really be able to get along well and make the right decision. We are still fighting that colonial oppression that happened for all these centuries. And it has distorted a lot of things. And that image, that identity is very crucial to anything anybody wants to do in life. That identity, the individual identity and the identity of the community, so we don't have it. What is our identity as Yoruba land? Is it just because they say we are Yoruba or we speak, all of these things? These are the issues to be able to address and structure our society in a better way than the way it is right now.
All right, thank you, Roman. Let's quickly get to everybody. Yeah, I'll just give you a chance to ask one question, your best question, and then we move to that conversation. So, Nkezi, you're next. Hello? Nkezi, can you hear me? All right, let's go to...
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. So you're next. Any question for Roman or comment?
I think I have a comment. You said something before you called Mr. James. Why will the governor be the one to appoint a traditional ruler? I think there should be a way whereby the traditional ruler can be ordained by maybe a traditional means or something, whereby the traditional ruler is selected among his people, not a governor that is elected that has just 4 or 8 years to spend in the office, being one appointing a traditional ruler that will stay on the throne maybe till he or she passes on. You understand? So a governor should not be the one appointing traditional rulers. That's just what I think. If there's a way we can work around that, that's just the only thing I say about that.
All right, thank you so much. Roman, you want to say?
Yes, it's I agree with him, and that's part of what we have been discussing, how the modern political structure have usurped the power of the the traditional rulers, and unjustly. So it's not today that started. It started long ago. Especially we can point to the time of Awolowo, to go back to Awolowo again. Awolowo seems to be someone who, as admirable as he lived, and admirable all what he has done for Nigeria, which no one can take away. But he made that mistake of not understanding the traditional culture well enough to be able to regard the rulers in their own place, to be able to integrate this into the structure that they created at the time. But he actually deliberately didn't want to see any respect, want to see any use for the tradition, except unless it benefits him in some way, because he was always talking about how the traditional culture, especially the voodoo power or anything, how useless about witchcraft or all of those, that he didn't believe. It's all like, I'm a Christian, and that's what supersedes. Now, when the second Alaafin Adeyemi, when he had an issue with, he was having issues with many of them at the time, because they supported Awolowo to be able to, they were staunch members of AG at the time. But then when Awolowo gained power, he started to take powers away from the king. So that was the first thing that the Alaafin stopped supporting Awolowo at the time. And that became some of his problems. And then you have other individuals like Bode Thomas and everyone wanting to lord it over the Alaafin. And Alaafin refused at the time. So it became like a conflict until Bode Thomas died. And after when Bode Thomas died, they were now saying that it was the Alaafin that did voodoo to kill Bode Thomas. And Awolowo was insisting on that. So even he wanted to try the Alaafin publicly based on that he used witchcraft to kill Bode Thomas. And I think the Western governor, the colonial at that time, also plainly said, well, there was nothing that connected this death to say he caused it. But Awolowo was insisting that it was witchcraft power or something like that. So you wonder, if he didn't believe in all of these things, why is he now insisting that it was this witchcraft that they used to kill his friend? So there is this idea of confusion that started with them, and the idea of wanting to do what they want to do. The power intoxicates people, and he ended up removing the Alaafin. So that was a pivotal moment that the power of the traditional rulers was more eroded, and even when Adeyemi III, when it was time that they were selecting Adeyemi, because after that they removed Adeyemi II, Gbadegesin Oladigbolu became the king. When Gbadegesin Oladigbolu died and they wanted to pick from the Alowolodu ruling house, Awolowo tried to make sure that they will not pick Adeyemi, the Alaafin Adeyemi that died. And we know Awolowo pretty much owned the government structure of the Western region at the time, because he was pivotal in building it, in creating it. And so there was all this, even there were circulars going around the ministries and all these places, that just to make sure that they will not pick Adeyemi, coming from the problem that he had with his father. So we see the exertion of this power carelessly going on since then. If it was not, it was this man, I'm trying to remember the governor that just died recently, Olunloyo. It was Olunloyo at that time that stopped the whole corruption of trying to prevent the Adeyemi from becoming king. So that has been going, and I think that's something that we need to address. How much power are we thinking of leaving to the traditional rulers? Because I would be able to hold a traditional ruler responsible, directly responsible for the problem in Nigeria, if they had had the power to be able to influence it. But now, if you want to say that you could, what power do they have? So that's something that we also need to take into consideration.
All right, thank you, Raman. Let's quickly get to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, greeting everybody. I'm Dr. Rudolph, Mr. Oladibu. Nice to have you on the platform. And
Oladigbo.
Oladigbolu, yeah, I can pronounce Raman anyway. So, and greeting to my fellow panelists. So, I have not been following this particular topic, I've not been surfing in Nigerian space, in this week. But having said that, I was able to deduce, what's actually going on. I don't know how big it's been going on in Nigeria, how far it has been amplified. But I'm going to make a comment, then I'm going to ask you a question. In my own opinion, this conflict between the Alaafin and the Ooni is a serious distraction, not just to the Yoruba land, but to Nigeria as a whole. I mean, that's how I feel. I don't know how big it is, but having said that, for me, it's a distraction. So let me ask you a question. Is it a clash with the value of unity, stability, and respect among the Yorubas? What is it about?
Thank you. If we look at things in general and take into consideration the different structures, all the amalgamation of political system that we have, you can say it's a distraction, given that we have some other things that really pressing how people are really suffering now in Nigeria, as everything has become so expensive, almost unreachable for the common man. But also culture is very important. Just like I said earlier, it's where we draw our identity, and especially the fact that we've lived centuries where foreigners were trying to impose on us their own culture and things like that. So for a lot of people, it makes them feel inferior, to the West, where, as we all know, Black people in general, the idea is that sense of inferiority that most have. It came from all these imperial power that these people try to spread and try to change everybody's culture. So because of that, I think they are still very important as custodians of the culture, to be able to find a way to bring this knowledge in ways to be able to make sure that it's widely available. People can have they can dig their identity and see the dignity in who they are, alongside any other tribe around the world. So I think it's important in that way, and it's also important in being anything that we want to do. Being able to do it from that consciousness of our identity is very important. So with that, I think I believe they're still relevant. That's what I think personally, but I think that their status needs to be improved in such a way that we can be able to give them lay on them the responsibility that we want from them.
All right, thank you, Raman. Finally, let's go to Prince Apache.
Yes, Dr. Damages, good morning, good afternoon. Dr. Rahman, Dr. Rahman of what I remember you famously with, I think you were the one that was advocating for, is it, what do you call this stuff, this Muslim Sharia law, was it you, if I'm not mistaken? Well, that was you, huh? So I know you, and thank God that when I say thank God, so you're also a prince and you are advocating for Sharia law. So it's kind of like, is there no conflicts right there? Because if you're talking about custom, which is the way of life of the people, and now you are bringing also the Sharia, which is foreign. Because that one is a religion, it's a foreign religion from the Arabs that came in, and I wonder how you would have, merged the two, but that's by the side. For me, it's more of commentary. Just as you are from a royal family, I'm also from a royal family. But the governors don't choose for us. The governors in my place will never choose our king. There is a way we do it, and we do it. As a matter of fact, my king will never bow to a governor. We don't do that. If you go to Delta State, you ask them, some say, oh, he's stubborn. No, it's not stubbornness. It's how we are being built, how we are being trained. We don't bow to nobody, no other king and all that. And also, if you can also agree with me that it looks like all these kings playing into politics have actually reduced themselves to clowns. With all due respect, they've reduced themselves to clowns, because from what I know, from the little lessons that I am being taught, I'm told we're never to dive into politics. But you see, all these kings, they are neither here nor there. Whoever, to the extent that they reduce themselves where the governors are, the governors use them as their rags and clean up every other thing. And then you imagine these are supposed to be the king of the people. I think some time ago, Obasanjo said something about. I totally agree with him. I totally agree with him, because now you see that even some of the kings are allegedly drug dealers. That's how they made their money, and that's why you see them want to give chieftaincy title to non people without wealth without enterprise. Politicians and all that kind of a thing. You see them, they give them chieftaincy. Chieftaincy title is supposed to be a call to serve, but you see them giving people chieftaincy, and then next thing, those ones arrogate so much power to themselves and all that kind of a thing. Like I said, it's just a commentary. I don't really want to ask a question and all that kind of a thing. But I will applaud. I will kind of like appeal to you. If you are very close to Alaafin, or tell him the way he went about it wasn't the right way. For me, I feel he should have sent some people to the Ooni than going to the press and saying what he said. And now, I don't know, 48 is past 48. As a matter of fact, it's past 72 hours. What is he gonna do? Is he gonna invoke the spirits to come down and then strike the Ooni? We are waiting. As a matter of fact, they've turned themselves into a movie scene. So we are watching. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming by. All right.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Revolutionary, welcome to the show.
Excuse me. Let me correct the Prince on an assumption. I did not advocate for Sharia. If you remember, and you can go to the video clips are available on YouTube, I believe. So I did not advocate for Sharia. I would never advocate for Sharia, because I understand religion as being part of the culture. And part of the identity confusion that we have as a people in Nigeria, a large part of it is due to these foreign religions. And he brought a division among us. Like I said, you'd never heard of religious conflicts across Africa, and especially in Yoruba land, the way things are, there was no idea of someone belonging to a religion by which someone else within can belong to another religion. No, the whole the attitude towards spirituality, in Yoruba land was it was part of the culture, woven into the culture, and thereby whenever there were ceremonies, festivals, to be able to, in honor or in invocation of any of the orishas that we have, everybody participated in it. It wasn't like, oh, you are from, no, it was the same, because it was part of the culture. So many things to be able to make us be to have the consciousness of spirituality was woven in different ways in the culture. So with these two religions coming, that was the beginning of a major problem that we have. That's when you have brothers and sisters within a family opposing to one another because they belong to different religions. So I will not, I will never have advocated for Sharia, and neither would I advocate for any Christian cultural thing. And that's what a lot of people across Nigeria, they don't seem to get, because the religious sensibilities that people have, religion deals, it anchors into the root of our emotions. So even when you tell people the truth, you present facts and things like that to people, it's difficult for them to take the facts, simply because their identity has been tied to the religion that they are practicing, and they wouldn't want to. So it's a major problem, and that I think we need to really address. Now that we have Muslims, Christians, and all of that, I would also I would respect that idea. Anyone who wants to, whatever anybody wants to be, but we need to have this deep cultural understanding, and to understand that the whole idea of belonging to a religion was an invention of the imperial powers that wanted to conquer us. So, that on that. On the other issue, I think I probably have forgotten your other issue, but anyway, that's I want to make clear.
All right, thank you, Rahman. Revolution now, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening to everybody and greetings, and welcome, Mr. Rahman.
Thank you.
I just have one question before I push a little. I won't waste much time, but one question. Can you say culture is the same thing as constitution?
Constitution, the way it ought to be, constitution comes out of the culture of the people. It's from their culture, from their lives as they were living. It's all this understanding that play into how we put together the constitution and the things that will be in the constitution.
Okay, thank you. You've touched what I want you to touch.
Okay.
Because if we want to talk about our culture, because I see you said so. What brought me in? You said many people think that our problem in Nigeria is not the Western world. I'm one of those who believe that African problem, especially Nigeria, is within Nigerian people and their so-called culture.
Yeah.
You understand me? So please, my brother, those of you who blame the Western world for what is happening in Africa, I don't believe in that, because I'm somebody who has investigated Africans personally to see what is wrong. Doctor used to say, Ooni of Ife, who did this to us? So I took up that and investigated. I want to know who is doing us what we are complaining about. And when people like you who are very educated come up and say imperialist and this and that, I think it's an old confusion. Let's leave that imperial system and face our reality, like what is happening now. Or Oni telling this to giving somebody 24 hours or 48 hours. I mean, let us really, I want us to face the Nigerian problem and African problem in general. Our problem is that culture. That's why I asked you, can we base it, can we say that our culture is our constitution? That was why I asked that question, because before this constitution came about and this imperialist you people are always blaming for everything came about, there was a way we were living in that Africa. Let me give you an example. In Yoruba, because I speak Yoruba, I'm an Igbo man, but I was brought up in Lagos. I read Alaiwe. I don't know if you remember that. So you will know how far I started the Yoruba language as a child. So you will see, and I love Yoruba films, especially the real Ijiles, those ones where you will see the native doctor selecting who is going to be the next Alaafin, and all the Uru Wayos, they go and bribe him at home. He will say he will not tell you what the God said because of one pan wine or one chicken they gave to him. They will lie and bring in a wrong person in. So let me just, because I don't like to waste much time.
Yeah.
What I want to tell you, please, my brother, our problem in Africa is not imperialist system. That was what they used to convince those of us who were not educated, that our problem is the white man. I wish they will come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Revolution now. Raman, I want you to take Kene so that we can round up. And Kene, come on, welcome to the show. And
if you could let me respond very briefly, because when I have more of the, I get confused. So first, when I mentioned our problem being rooted also in the colonialism at the time and the whole imperial push to conquer us, because they also deliberately, part of the tactics was to also confuse us about our culture, about our identity and things like that. And I didn't say that we say our problem was caused by them, that we always, to be blaming them on that. I think we've gone past that. And I think also the more important, just like you said, is to be able to figure out what is the true culture. How have we been doing it before the imperialists came? I think we need to be able to learn that, so that now it's not about blaming. We should use that information to see how we are now going to construct our society, because no matter what, blaming or not blaming, we are the ones that we are in this problem now. We are the ones that we are confused about our identity. So I think we need to take that into consideration, because if you don't understand the problem well enough, you will not understand how to take care of it. We don't know, how deep all the ramifications. For example, since the white people left, it's like they left physically, but they are still pretty much in Nigeria. They're still controlling a lot of things through our minds. You would have heard of what they call mental colonialism. That idea is still there, and we carry it forward in terms of the education, how we are educating ourselves. The idea is always that, ours was the old ways that don't work anymore, and the Oyibo is the more current one. Whereas many of the things that we learn through the Western education that we are getting were just similar in the way things have been in many parts of Africa, especially in Yoruba land. The whole idea of democratic governance, the Oyo Empire was structured in that way. As much as you have the emperor, the Alaafin of Oyo as the emperor of Yoruba land at the time, he was still answerable to the people. And he had the people who check him, the Oyomesi, that whatever the king does. So, and they could, up to the point that they could remove the king, especially when the king will have to go and commit suicide, because if he had been the king and he didn't want, so all these check and balances, it has always been there. There's so many instances that I could point to you, but just because something is named in the English language, that you call something, this is democracy, this is constitution, this is, then we think it's a new thing. And many of us, the colonial mentality makes us just want to see things in the way they want us to see, because it makes you sound educated, that you're a more modern man. And a good example also was, I go back to Awolowo a lot, because yes, Awolowo really contributed a lot to this problem. There was an article that Awolowo wrote sometime in the 50s, in which he was disparaging of the Alaafin Shiyanbola Oladigbolu. He accused him of a lot of things that were erroneous, because this Alaafin Shinabola, had been interacting with the white people even before Awolowo was born, or around the time he was born, you know. So he has been interacting with them. He knew he knew what they wanted. He knew, you know. So the way he was handling himself is to be able to retain dignity in our culture, in our institutions. But Awolowo disparaged him in that article, and in the same article, just few paragraphs down, he was referring to King George with all the respect and everything that the white people give their own king. You know, he was extolling his virtues, whereas he just his own traditional ruler, he just condemned and attacked in an unfair way. So this colonial mentality is part of our problem, and we need to understand it, the root of it, how we want to appear Western. We like to buy things that are from Oyibo land rather than things that we make ourselves. We trust their work than we trust our own. And the same thing in many other ways. And that's part of our problem, because we are having to deal with our immediate problem, with the mentality, the colonial mentality that has been imposed on us. So it's part of our problem, and it's part of how we have to figure out and be able to come out of this problem.
All right, thank you, Raman. Kene?
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and good to see you again, Prince Rahman. I think I got it right.
It's my pleasure.
Now,
Yeah.
I called in because of some of these our brothers on the comment section that were saying that, oh, we should forget about this. It's not important. It's not important. And our Papa here, Mr. James, that said that a traditional institution is useless to Africa. I was like, let me call in and contribute to this, because it seems we are not happy with the traditional institution. And I was telling somebody, and somebody was saying, that why is it that always Yoruba having conflict with themselves and all that? I told him, see, calm down. See, this selection of traditional rulers of a team has nothing to do with divine appointment. That this is just a blend of religion, culture, and politics. It has been like that from day one. And I was asking him, if you say otherwise, why is it that when politicians select kings, select traditional rulers, and impose them on the people, nothing happened to them? The gods never strike. The gods never take anybody's life. Does it mean that the gods are drunk and confused, that they don't know their responsibility again, which is striking that person, as they used to brainwash us that the gods select, appoint kings, that this is just political makeup, right? And again, I was telling them, see, you're talking about Europe, the conflict is everywhere. We've had other tribes in Nigeria, or ethnic group in Nigeria that's engaged in war. But it seems that the Yoruba conflict is more than others when you want to make that comparison. I was, again, when you were saying something about religion not being a problem in Africa, or never been a problem in Africa, I was like, no. I think I remember jihad. They came with war. They kind of force people to accept the religion, or they get beheaded. And I also remember that recently we have one incompetent governor in Anambra State that has declared religious war among the people, trying to cause religious conflict among the people of Anambra, claiming that Anambra is a Christian state, that the traditional believers have no place in the state. I was like, how dare you say that, right? So, and currently what this governor has successfully done in Anambra State was to cause religious conflict in Anambra State. So there has been religious conflict in Africa, and there has been a scam they called selection of traditional rulers by the gods. Oh, the gods declared that this becomes the Oba of, or the Obi of, they are all liars. These are political elites coming together and select their own guys that will be able to propel the criminality in the local, from the grassroots, and take it up to states. So I didn't come to ask you any question. I came here to clarify some of these our brothers that do not. And I also agree with our Papa here, Mr. James, that all these things are just useless to us. They have no meaning. As far as I'm concerned, no traditional institution has ever added any value to our society. They are just miscreants, distracting us. They are the same thing with politicians. All of them are the same. They are all in the same WhatsApp group. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First, the religious issue of the religious conflict.
They don't go nowhere now.
The issue of the religious conflicts. All that you cited are still under this new religious identity brought by the foreigners. I have not seen in times before we had the incursion of the white people and the Arabs. I have not seen an instance of conflict in religion between them. It was when things started this way, the tension that you will have at that time, everything was cultural. And nobody expected any other person to come and be practicing in the way that you practice, because everything is within the culture. There was no separation in the way people handled religion at the time. So that was the point I was making. And on your second point, I think I agree with you. The corruption of the entire system and the deep corruption of the traditional institutions that we have. But we have to understand this. I tend to refrain from the idea of blaming or anything. I favor more like a critical understanding of situations, of problems that we're dealing with. And I think in line of this, looking at it, I agree that, these institutions that we have, they are all corrupt, but the corruption is connected. How they are doing, the taking away of the powers of the obas played a role in their corruption that you see among them, because they had to find a way to get their own clout, even to be able to make a good living, to have enough money to represent, to do what they are. So they will also resort to corruption in that way. And yes, that is there. Even the idea of Governor Seyi Makinde selecting, as people say, he was the governor that selected this new Alaafin. I can't tell you that the governor selected him, because there were a lot of deep complications in how things went down, and I've been following this because it's part of the documentary I'm doing, but whatever role the governor took, and however he came into it, the traditional institution of Oyo itself created that vacuum, because you have a situation where the kingmakers and the head of the kingmaker, Bashono, insisting that he was one person that he wanted to be king. And he was insisting, despite the fact that we all saw that his selection of that individual did not follow any due process. They interviewed all the candidates. It took them about 2 weeks or so, interviewing all the candidates one after the other. And they were supposed to have a meeting among the Oyomesi and then with the states to be able to now decide from this interview how they are going to pick, who they are going to pick as the king. But immediately after they finished, they completed the interviews on a Thursday, and Friday morning, the Bashono had announced that this is the king that we chose. And even some of the members of Oyomesi were like, wait, when did we have our own meeting to decide who? So there was corruption in the system, which we can trace back to all this intermingling of modern political structure with the traditional way, and leading to this. But it doesn't erase the fact that there was corruption in it, and we have to address all of this. So I agree with you on that end.
All right, we are running out of time. I just have to quickly bring in concerns, and Dexter, for your questions, go straight so that we go to other topics. Concern, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, Mr. Rahman Oladi Bolu, for coming, and other brothers and other brothers. May God bless everybody. Yeah, I did. I just joined. I was watching soccer. Arsenal and I was watching Arsenal and Leeds. Then after that, I joined. Then I joined when Revolution now was talking. You see, I strongly believe that our problem in Africa is not the white people. It's not the white people. It's the problem is ours. We are the problem of Africa. Because I look at some places, let me give an example of Japan. Up to today, the richest man in Japan, all people, the billionaires in Japan, they still maintain their culture and tradition. They still sit on the floor. That's where they were brought up to today. You don't see them stealing their money, going outside the country to build houses or to buy houses. You don't see them. You don't see a Japanese man having 3, 4, 5 cars. Even if it's a billionaire, you don't see them do those kind of things. If a Japanese man is involved in corruption, the next thing he can do, he can even commit suicide. If you find him that is corrupt, or he gave a corrupt this, he committed suicide. Instead of going to jail, or instead of him going to trial, he will commit suicide. But they have the money to bring them out of that problem. But instead, they will decide to commit suicide. In Japan, when we are Japan, it's difficult to get if a Japanese man have not found a lady when he was in school, it's difficult to find a lady again. They don't go out chasing women, all those things, getting naked, doing those stupid things we do in Africa. So our problem, for me, is that we are corrupt. 2, we left our tradition and culture, start doing other people's things. Well, if the missionaries came here and bring us this religion, if we want to be Christians, let's be Christians and practice Christianity. If we want to go into tradition, let's go into tradition. But mixing these two things together, that's where we have problem in Africa. Because these two things we are mixing together bring this impunity. And this impunity bring corruption. And this corruption is where we are today. And we can never go out from that corruption. Because why? Somebody from another thing, because of the impunity and the corrupt, he's very, very corrupt. He doesn't want another person to see the light of the day. So that's the problem we have in Africa. As long as we are not maintaining our data, our tradition, we have abandoned our tradition, start following this of Europe and America, getting naked, stealing billions of dollars, doing all sorts of nonsense. I believe that's where our problem. That's where we got it wrong.
All right, thank you, concerns. We had your concern. Let's go to Dexter. I want to get everybody in so that we can change topics. Rahman will respond to you guys. Dexter, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody that is on the show. I think we can all just go and like the show as it's going on. I listened at the beginning, and he said something about changing times, like culture actually changes over time. Is it not a possibility that the people are holding on to, we want to hold on to something that actually the time for holding on to it has passed? And the shrinking governance space in Nigeria. Another thing is that is it not also the fruit? You see, these traditional leaders, whether we like it or not, they have been complicit in the corruption scheme in Nigeria. And is it not it getting back to them? Is it not a possibility that it's because, like I said, when you have injustice today, injustice might be to your neighbor next door. But when you build a culture of injustice, what will happen is that when your neighbor next door is not available, the injustice will get into your own home. So is it not also plausible that what is happening is actually they are reaping the fruits of the seeds that have been sowed over the years? They are reaping the fruit of the seeds and we are fighting it. So why don't we just either move on, like you said, the culture, times have changed, all these situations have changed. The truth about it is that if you have governors that are coming in and staying maximum of 8 years and they have the power, then no governor will want to see another person stay there and wielding more influence. So is it not possible that this whole thing needs to be rethought, among everybody in Nigeria, these whole traditional institutions, because it's trying to keep people relevant, but we can see that there is a lacuna in trying to keep them relevant. There's a lacuna, and they are arm short because they don't really have the power. So is it possible that we push for the power should be is the ability to rule, to choose who will rule, should be instituted in the people exclusively instituted in the people, and the people should determine, not say, okay, this thing happened 200 years ago, that what was happening 200, that's what we want. Meanwhile, 200 years ago, they were selling slaves. The practices of the time, you cannot actually institute that practice now. So is it not time to be progressive about this thing and just face it truthfully and squarely? Thank you.
All right, Roman, you can weigh in because I know you may forget some of the points before Bumi rounds up this segment.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Roman. Roman, we can't hear you. Roman, we can't hear you. No, your connection has a problem. All right. What you can do, you can log off and come back in. Your connection is not good. Log off, come back in, and then we will hear you. Bumi, we ask the last question, and then we move to other topics. We have so many topics that we still have to touch on. Tinubu just left Japan with $236 million in new loans, and the government of Japan just named a city as Nigeria's hometown. So Nigerians have a hometown in Japan, and they are coming up with a new visa for Nigerians who are interested in going to Japan. So many stories out of that trip, and Tinubu is currently in Brazil.
Sorry, Doctor. Tell everybody to clap for Tinubu now.
And also in America here, President Trump just made it compulsory for anybody coming from Nigeria to show their social media posting for 5 years, so that they will know whether you can come in. And for those who are here, they have the right to always review your visa, and if they find you of bad behavior, bad conduct, like slapping the police, they will take your visa. Anyway, and I just want to point out that tomorrow
I saw Ken slapping the police in Atlanta.
I want to point out that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are bringing in the two leaders of World Igbo Congress, the chairman and the vice chairman. They are coming in tomorrow to tell us about this new bank that they are establishing in America, and all the other activities that they are going to talk about as part of their convention taking place in Boston next weekend. So that will be tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. So if you can join us, that would be wonderful. Let's see if Rahman is back, and we can round up this segment with him and go back to our usual program. Rahman, are you here? No, I can't find him. Boston sometimes.
The Rahman is not 45. It's not even 45 to be talking about spiritual things.
So we will wait for him to join us, and we will continue the conversation.
Let's move on. We have been tortured enough.
It's like the question has thrown him off course.
No, it's not a question. I don't think so. I wanted to hear Bumi, and because we don't get these days, you guys ran the women out of.
Bumi said is not 45. She's trying to gaze against my wish, so I lock her down.
I don't know what you guys did to the women. Bumi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for having me. It's sad that the guest is gone. I really wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, I think he will be back. He didn't give me the impression that he is.
He's not coming back. Let's move on. I'm in charge now. Don't look at that down.
Ovie, we are getting a feed. We are in a windy place. Okay, Raman is back. So let's get that segment end and then we continue our usual conversation. All right, let's see. Raman, can you hear me? Raman, can you hear me? Raman?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Do you want to say anything about the last two comments or do we go?
Yes. First, the concern. I think it seems like you intended to disprove the fact that our problem has roots in colonialism. However, I think all the your statements, everything, all the points, really supported backed the idea that we're still problem is the colonialism is part of our problem, because all the idea of how we do things, just like I mentioned, how we preferred foreign things over what we ourselves are doing. All of these things are rooted in the idea that we have grown in some way to see the world in a black and white sort of that. As Africans, culturally, the culture is inferior to the Western culture, whereas it's not the truth. If we go way back in history, there have been times that how things were going in Africa, across Africa, the corruption, you didn't have corruption in such a way that we have it today. Though yes, as human beings, they will also always have one way or another, they will have problems within the leadership system. So the corruption, we can't say it was not there before. No, as human beings, we know, and that's what how we have to focus on this issue. If we take it, history as we have it today through the Western channel has been distorted, much like many of us, we don't actually know what happened, how life was before the colonial incursion in Africa. So if we do that, we start from the idea of understanding human nature, because as I said that the fact our humanity precedes anything, and this common humanity. And it's not just a political idea of trying to say, let's come together. It's because we are all one together in the first place, all human beings across the world. So understanding the individual, that's many over generations, the only consistent advice for human beings has always been, man, know thyself, discover who you are, and all of these things. This is because by taking the effort to try to understand yourself, any understanding of yourself that you gain is equally true of any other human beings around you, because we are the same thing. We have evolved the same brain. You will not see anybody from any other part of the world. They will say the frontal lobe is at the back of his or her head. That's because we all pretty much have the same brain. So when we look at it from that human angle as well, we can see that this idea, the corruption that we have today, we can be able to trace how it evolved until this time. And while I'm still saying that the idea is not to be blaming, because when you're blaming, you're wasting time instead of putting your energy into fixing the main problem. And sometimes the blaming can become like an excuse to perpetrate the same corruption. So I think, so if we look at this and we will be able to face the current structure that we have, and to be able to understand the society and know, maintain the dignity of our culture. One of the things that I always cite when we talk about the traditions and stuff, there was a movie by Mo Abudu, and I think it was directed by the late B. Bandele. It's based on the story, on the book that Wole Soyinka wrote, Election Oba, about the title, the role of Election Oba during the time of the of the kings, especially Alaafin. And he told about the Election Oba that was supposed to kill himself after the demise of the king. That was the tradition. But the white people that were there calling the shots tried to stop that election Oba from committing suicide, as the tradition has been that once the king died, you also have to die. The idea was like similar to what we have in Egypt about afterlife, that the king going to heaven needed company, needed people who will still be serving him as he goes to heaven. That was the idea. However, looking at all cultures around the world, and as human beings from who we are, many of these things are symbolic. Many things that we have are symbolic of the actual essence that we are trying to achieve. But people don't have the problem of not seeing the message, the value of each of these symbolic things. So people take things literally, even including the religions that we have. Many of the stories from the Quran, the Bible, about the prophets and many of them were symbolic ideas to be able to describe something more profound, more important, and they wanted people to understand it. So that's why we have all these things. So in the election back situation, the white man stopped the guy. He arrested him and put him in jail, just trying to make sure that he didn't commit suicide.
Okay.
At the end, his son came back because of that, his son came from the UK, that the tradition, his father cannot end the tradition and he must kill himself. But because of what the measures the white people are taking, so he decided to kill himself in his place. And the election about hearing, he also killed himself at the end. So rather than have election Oba to die, as the tradition puts, you have two people now dead. But my point is, this practice, many people will say, oh, that's a barbaric practice. How could you? But it's symbolic of something important that we don't understand today. And this is the case. When you have a king, the Alaafin, the election Oba lived like the Alaafin himself. He lived in that same kind of glory, in plenitude, in everything. He had all the powers. And wherever Alaafin goes, he will be the first person to taste Alaafin's food before Alaafin will eat. So looking at so many things about this tradition, you see that the position of election Oba was to protect the Alaafin. It's part of the security structure around Alaafin, because when the election Oba knows that he must commit suicide after the Alaafin died, he will do all his best to make sure that that Alaafin live long. And he will take all the measures. He will make sure that nobody is able to poison him or do anything. So it's part of that security structure. And they made it in such a way that the families where you select the election about, it becomes a symbolic thing, but it becomes like, even it becomes something that they value, the family value, they were happy to participate. Now, when you look at Western society, you have the Secret Service always going with the president. And what are they there for? They are trained, they are prepared to take bullets for the president. When they hear bomb, they all come around, knowing that it's their body that will be taking bullets. So it's the same similar idea of protecting the leader of the society that in the Oyo situation, it's created with symbolism all around, was serving the same function of securing the life of their leader. So it's the same thing we have today, whereas you stop the one that we had back in the days. This is not to say I'm favoring one thing to another, but it's just by understanding these important ideas beneath these symbolic things that we call barbaric. I think that will help us to be able to understand more. So these are some of the things that I see that makes me to say our problem is still connected with that part.
All right, thank you, Roman. I didn't know that they didn't study SSS in America. I didn't know that it started a long time ago in Nigeria. Bumi, you're next.
Thank you. Thanks to the guests for being here. My question is very straightforward. I think listening to the whole conversation, a couple words have been mentioned multiple times, and the word that keeps on coming is the word culture. Obviously, in this case, since you're Yoruba, I would like you to please clarify what you mean exactly by the Yoruba culture. What do you mean by, or what exactly does the Yoruba culture stand for in terms of morals and values? Because even though, yes, I'm Yoruba, at least for my generation, I don't see the morals or values that we talk about culture so much in terms of, oh, we need to go back to our culture. This is our culture. It's every time culture. What is the Yoruba culture in Nigeria?
Thank you. Culture, and including the Yoruba culture, all cultures were developed evolutionarily to be able to have leadership of a society. The culture, you can trace the culture all the way back to time when human beings started living together, forming a society of disparate people from different aspects of life, people from different families. They all have to live together in a society. The culture evolved in that way. Not to say there was no culture before, but they will likely be individual, especially when, if you go back to the time when in our evolutionary history, when we were still eating one another, that also could be considered culture. So as the culture evolved, to be able to run a society, for people to live together, they found it necessary to have a leader. And having the leader is a political thing, you say, but it's within the culture. And everything is, they are made in order to be able to, the cohesiveness of the society, and to make sure that everyone is acting according to the rules of the society, so that they don't encroach on one another's rights. So that's what culture is about, and including the Yoruba culture. So when we look at it, it's the disruption of that, as I said, by bringing another culture into this place to try to put itself over us, created a lot of problems, because people don't understand what their culture is, and they don't understand the function of this culture and all of that. And that's why, even, I don't know if there was a rebellion in Japan. I think Concern mentioned about Japan, but there was a deliberate effort in Japan some time ago to eradicate Christianity from their society, because they wanted people to go back to their own culture and rather than have this mixture and this competition that was unnecessary. So there was this effort to be able to take the society back to their original culture, and that's what you see today. Even you see many the Japanese people. They're I mean, some of the most respectful and well-behaved people in the world. You know, you go there, each one of them takes it upon themselves to make sure that the society is clean and people behaved normally. If you remember during the last World Cup, whenever there was a match, after the match, everybody just got up, dust their back bottom, and just walk away. The Japanese people will remain and clean up the stadium. All the little things that people are doing, they do it. This is part of how they have developed, evolved, based on how they saw their culture and what the value of what they see in the culture. So that is exactly how I would say the role of the culture and how it came about.
All right, Raman, thank you. We have to round up. Abumi, you wanted to say something. I saw you raising your hand.
Yeah, I don't think you got my question. I obviously know what culture is. I'm talking about, can you be specific about the Yoruba culture in terms of what are our morals and values regarding like the Alaafin and the whole Oni conflict? What is something that regardless of them fighting or whatever this conflict is about, they remember, okay, this is our morals. We cannot cross this line. What exactly is the values that every single Yoruba says, okay, this, even if I hate you or love you or whatever, this is one thing we would never cross because that's our value in our culture. That I think that's my question.
Thank you. I responded that way, maybe not adequately enough, because however I want to describe it, it will still be tied to what is culture. And that's a kind of question that's it's difficult to be able to cover in such a little space. So I try to find words to be able to get to the roots. And when we look at the Yoruba culture, as you said, yeah, there is this concept of omoluabi. You know, it's something that the Yoruba people believe as pivotal, important in how the society is governed. The idea of even each individual to govern themselves in such a way to be able to conduct themselves respectfully to their neighbors, to every one of them. So these are some of the things I can point to. And when it comes to religion of the people, it wasn't so much like a religion separate from culture, as I said earlier. It's part of the same thing. But those elements also were to be able to instill the idea of knowing that we are not just by ourselves in the world. We didn't create ourselves. You know, there's a place where we are from, and they want to make sure that the society understands that. So that's why you have all these other elements of the culture that we call religion today. What else? So many things, including the story of the election that I just told. These are what the cultures are. And another thing is that cultures evolve, and we have to always look at the context of certain things before we either move away from it or retain it. For example, the whole idea of imperial majesty that we tend to hear, especially surrounding Alaafin when they mention the imperial. I have been of the opinion that that line should be dropped from how you talk about the kings, because we are no longer in the era of empire, and if we the idea of empire has become a different thing. It's a negative effect that it has on the world. So everything about empire, imperialism, and all of that, it's relative. So I think because we are no longer there, Alaafin is not the emperor of the Yoruba people in Nigeria. No. So because of that, I feel like because of all of this, I think using the title Imperial Majesty is outdated. These are ways that we allow culture to evolve with its time. So I hope I answer a little bit, a tiny bit of your question.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. Thank you, everybody. KJ, I have to skip you. I don't know if you have a question for Rahman. You do? I really want to get to other conversations. Do you?
Okay, no, I don't have a question. I just want to put in one or two. I thank you, Rahman, for how you have been able to distinguish, yourself in these questions you've been answering. And I want to also say, earlier on, someone was talking about the relevance of culture, and I want to say that culture, without culture being there, and if we have to do away with culture because we are now modern, then we'll not be able to differentiate the different kinds of people that live on earth. Because the only reason why we know that Rama is Yoruba man because he speaks Yoruba and he has a different way of cooking his food, dressing up, and his traditional clothes and dance and way of life that determines who we are. We can't do away with it, no matter how modern we want to be. And so that plays a major part in our lives. What makes cows continue to be cows and not elephants? Because they are constantly eating grass, and that chain of life continues to evolve. So no matter how developed, and I want to say that I beat my chest to say anytime, the African culture remains supreme for me, irrespective of where you live and what you practice right now. Because the only one that tells you how you can behave right from the beginning to when you become a man. And okay, finally, I want to say that also, yes, he has covered a lot of points that we have all struggled with today with in Nigeria, especially where you give a governor the opportunity to dethrone a king or a chief, even though we don't have much of that in Igbo land where I come from. But I think it's a disservice to the people of Nigeria and to that culture and tradition, where a man who is elected to serve 4 years, not even a permanent person, can get up and begin to mess around with the culture of the people. I think it's totally a disservice to us. The earlier we check that, the better. It's not because I'm saying that some of these chiefs and kings do the right things, but those institutions have helped us to continue to be who we are and evolve over time without disappearing into the wider, public, the wider world. We cannot do away with it. We must have to protect it at all costs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments and your contributions.
All right. Thank you, KJ. And Rahman, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you. I promise you we'll bring you back if this fight continues, because we have different angles to it that we want to discuss. And we'll bring other guests who will bring perspective different from the Oyo perspective, because I've been getting comments from people that this is Rahman is talking for the Oyo people. I want people from Ife to weigh in too. But that will be for another time. In the meantime, let's take Rahman. Thank you again.
Yeah, one second. You're welcome, and thank you for having me. But let me wrap up everything with following the gentleman spoke now. I agree with you, and all of this, we ought to have first the position of leadership is not a position for us to be of aggrandizement of ourselves, of lording ourselves over others. And think first and foremost, a position of leadership is to serve the people. Just like as we have said, the way culture evolves, it's when the society is evolving and you're having a society, that's how culture develops to be able to, to be able to guard and make sure that people live harmoniously and all that. So the role of the leadership is first and foremost to serve the people. And if the role, if any position is not serving the people, what's the point? Which I absolutely agree with you. As I mentioned earlier, even the position of Alaafin, as Alaafin was as an emperor at that time, he was still answerable to elements of the society because the whole culture was developed to be able to serve the people. So if we current leaders can imbibe that, I think things will be a little bit different, rather than the whole selfish mentality that everyone is just trying to acquire, cover everything for themselves and their own family. Both in the modern political structure and in the traditional institutions, it's all the same. And I would expect any king, when you come to the throne, to look for how you are going to foster this opportunity, this idea for the people, rather than trying to base everything on yourself and all of that. That's where I think the value of the traditional institution will lie. How each Oba will try to look at the problems of the people and the society and try to do how he can help people to advance the society. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Rahman. I just want to say I got a comment here saying that the Alaafin was acting like an obedient in the way he responded to the Ooni of Ife. All right, we will continue the conversation another time. Let's take a break. When we come back, we go into Taraba West, is it? And Peter Rufai and the cry and the issue about what to do with retired athletes. We'll be right back.
my old contemporaries to be here in this incredible day and just share the burden and the pains with the family that has rest upon their shoulders. For me, it's disheartening that you have Lagos State, you have Nigerian Football Association. They dropped the buck on the family. I felt in my spirit there is nothing to put your life for. That's why I say I have to shift back so that I will not implode. It's grieving. My mother passed on. I never shed tears. My father passed on in my hands. I never shed tears. Then when Rufai passed on, I had ghost pimple on my body. And every individual I'm speaking to, there was, tears of lamb rolling through my cheeks. What kind of nation is this? With this kind of example they have shown in Shefulue, in Stephen Keshi, blessed memory, Thompson Oliha, blessed memory, Rashidi Yekini. I will never advise even my son to put his feet for this country. Send me out. Do we have a football federation? Or do we have a football association in this Lagos State? That this hero, this soldier, this football evangelist has to be treated this way and his family. Could you imagine that the family will be crying just to solicit in within our groups to ask for money? That is madness from, look, please let me go. I know.
As our incoming president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Given the courtesy visit by these ex-internationals, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu says he would continue to celebrate the heroic deeds of these former Super Eagles players.
To the four corners of this nation.
Taribu West prayed fervently for Tinubu's presidential aspiration.
We command Ahmed Bola Tinubu's name right now to stand in that throne of the presidency of this nation.
Amen. One of the
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. We are talking about Taribo West and his he raised an issue of, and this happens all the time when someone dies, one of these our athletes, issue about what is the responsibility of the government and when does that end. We have a situation in Enugu where Chris Nchukwu, when he was sick, and the family where they were expecting people to come around and raise money so that he could be sent abroad. I think he was a businessman that eventually did that. It's a common issue. I thought by now different organizations have dealt with it in terms of how do we get our players or whatever field they are to save their money when they are at the top of the game, or buy insurance and things like that. There are issues that I'm surprised we are still debating that, but that's how Nigeria is. So let me hear what you guys think about. I will start with you. If you haven't played soccer before, maybe you should. Just kidding. I'm looking at Kenny. I'm thinking Kenny, does Kenny know how to play soccer? I'm not sure. But anyway, Kenny, what do you think about
We used to. Yeah, we used to. But growing up, we found out that we just end up wasting our time. Instead, we channel that energy to something more meaningful. You see, I don't know, the dead, that is Rufai, right? The former goalkeeper died,
Yeah.
right? Okay. May his soul rest in peace. These were the crop of Nigerians that actually stood out to bring joy and happiness for the country. A country they dearly loved, you know. They put their sweat and energy to put smiles on our faces. Unknowingly, they were working for a very useless country that will soon forget about you as soon as you hang the boot. a country that only remembers the corrupt politicians, criminal political leaders, and religious leaders as well. So it's a country that rewards stupidity, a country that has no value to anything that add meaning to mankind. This is Nigeria for you. But Taribo was a prophet. He was prophetically shouting hallelujah for Tinubu. He prayed Tinubu into office. All of them, including the deceased, all of them prayed for him, knowing quite well that this guy rigged himself into office. But they applauded him. They prayed for him. Taribo actually campaigned for him. But all of a sudden, he went silent and dead mute. Not until the death of this Rufai. And he's coming out to shout, "Hey, Taribo, we are sorry, you. We are sorry that you lost your colleague. But it seems like your divine vision comes with some sort of selective Wi-Fi. You know, it concerns you now. You are crying because you know that very soon. I don't wish you soon anyway. I wish you more 40 years. That what happened to your colleague might likely happen to you as well. You supported a very useless government, and now stop panicking. You know, it will come. It will come. You have your own. Ask police officers, so ask them what they get after they serve the country. Ask some civil servants what they get. 1 million naira, 2 million naira. That is their take home after you've labored for 35 years. You know, but a senator, a local government chairman can write a check of 5 million naira to his side chick, and nothing will happen. So it's coming. It's just that until you have sense and begin to support good leaders that will actually, make some overhaul to the system and make sure that everybody is compensated, and the criminals are kicked out of office. Things will remain the same. But I only grieve for the dead one, which is for the disease, Rufai. But for this man, Taribo West, my friend, go and cry. It don't concern me.
All right, thank you. Let's go to somebody who ran for Nigeria, Ovie. Ovie, is there any insurance retirement account for you by the Nigerian government?
No.
What are your expectations?
No, but I think this is a continuation of the conversation we'll be having here. If you remember when the Tinubu decided to raise campaign money by giving the announcing that they are going to give the female footballers $100 million, whatever, and the whole thing caused uproar. And my pain then was the player should be left out of the conversation. They never asked for it, and even they asked for it, they deserve it. It is a gesture of the president. You are angry that he's using your quote unquote tax money has he deemed fit. It's unfortunate it is not the fault of those girls. So, because I was so angry that they are calling them unprinted name. And Paul made a very, very outstanding contribution that day that is actually resonated. Now, he said something that the difference between athletes, I mean by extension, every other talent, enterprise, than average employee is that you have retirement package at the end of your service. You have gratuity and all those whatever, but an average athlete don't have that. So whatever you are given, that's what you have. However you decide to use it, it is your prerogative. Now bringing after and I made this point that they hear that it is not the prerogative of the state to babysit you after your retirement. It is not in the constitution. It's never in any gentleman agreement that after your retirement, the country should carry your matapu for it. No. It is your responsibility to actually utilize the money you make. That's why you've been paid outrageously. Let's agree, you've been paid. So what did you do with your money? Now, let's bring the generation of Taribo West into the conversation, right? Nigeria, as I made to understand, is a developing nation.
It is upon us, we that generation that is alive, to develop that country as we want. It's not everybody's responsibility. It's our responsibility. If there's any generation that are so lucky and privileged when it comes to sports, are the generation of terrible words. If I'm not mistaken, they are the set of 1994. In terms of fame, money, everything, they got it. The point is that, how far have they lobbied? Or what policy do they have privately? Or what whatever that they have going for them that they can actually propose to the nation to adopt? I'm talking about government on everybody. I'm somebody that advocate that in order for the sports or athlete to be free, they have to be autonomous. And if there's any sports in Nigeria that have that autonomous that every other sport you're about, is football. At a point, the Football Federation has more money than the whole sports sector in the country, based on the they get from Coca-Cola, from everywhere, millions. Where is that money? But how far did they fight any state, local government, federal government to implement what they think is going to be better for them at the end of their career? We have this conversation every day. When they bring the Hollywood star here, how then this question? They are greedy. Nobody is going to build your future for you. I don't expect Dr. Damage, a journalist, to come and be proposing policy that will be well for me as a sport person. That policy should come from we, the athletes. So the question before the terrible words are done, what have they done? They're not kids anymore. If Nigeria is 60-something years, those guys are 40-something years or 50-something years. So if they are questioning the government of the day, they are questioning themselves. I was privileged to meet Rufai at the Sport Commission in Suludo when we camped to go to Kenya Africa Championship. I saw him very well and healthy, very well respected. It doesn't look like a broke man to me, but most importantly, it's been part and part. This all set. They are part and parcel of every government that come to pass. Somebody is just saying that they were campaigning for Tinubu, but as they are campaigning, do they have any tangible policy to actually lobby the government? Because that's how it works. Government will not come and be begging you. You have to lobby. They had all the resources available to mine to lobby government. Their fame, everything you can think of as a success in terms of sport in Nigeria, that generation actually have it all. So I'm sorry, I'm not on his side. But most importantly, those who are criticizing athletes for getting paid too much, this is what you get. Nobody's going to come to your aid after your retirement. But most importantly, if you want government to actually develop a policy that will care for you after your retirement, it is upon you to bring that to bear. You have to spend your resources. You have to do everything that you can while you are still active. I fight my position every day based on all these things.
All right,
so
Ovie.
All you want. We are the government.
Ovie, will you let your son run for Nigeria based on your experience running for Nigeria?
Not?
Okay.
Why not?
I just want to know.
Why not?
Okay.
I'm in Nigeria until I die. I never changed my nationality one day. I had the opportunity to be anybody I want to. I never. That's not just me. But if my son say he no one, I will not force him. But at the same time, so because nobody forced me to do how I want, so I will not go to say my son, I have to do that. Whatever you want. But if you choose Nigeria, let's go.
All right. Man of Prestige, I know you follow soccer. I don't know. It was today that I knew who Taribo West was. But what do you make of his anger with Nigerian authorities?
Yeah, thank you very much. As another fan, football follower, a fanatic, I have to come from two angles, about what we're talking about right now, because people are just missing the point. There has been a paradigm shift, since those days, when football used to be under the government. I think that's where the Taribo West is coming from. I'm not really agreeing with him 100%, but he made some good points. Because at that particular time, football in Nigeria is being governed by the government, and there's no structure put in, like for, pension structure, healthcare support, and some other, transition, after they finish playing. That should have been programmed. It's not right now where we have the current people playing like right now, like Osimhen. I mean, they have no right to complain, because they're basically playing professional, they're independent. So we have had a lot of Nigerian government not caring, the pattern is there. If I can name just a few, Rashid Yekini, blessed his memory, what did he die of? He died of under poor condition. We have Sam Okoroji. We know what happened. When he was playing in the stadium, what happened? Victor Oruma, right? I mean, he's in poor condition right now. This guy from Owerri, what's his name? There's another guy from Owerri, but just been a lot of them. Even Amunike, I mean, all of them are suffering right now. But the time they played, they was playing under government guide. There should have been something provided for them. That's the only area that I'm supporting him. But should he have been able to manage his money that he was? Because he played some 12 in Europe at that particular time. But we know the kind of money that we are giving them. It wasn't anything tangible, for them to support themselves. So the government has failed to a certain area. That's the way I see it. I mean, this is where we are right now. They say, don't let Nigeria happen to you. That's exactly what's happening to him right now. I mean, we saw the two pictures, where he was, him and Kano or whatever. They was praying for this present government, utilizing them for them to come, like they're going to save them. But look at what's happening right now. So you can't just blame the present government. This is the struggle that Nigeria find themselves. That's where we are right now.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, man of prestige. Let me go to Bumi. Are you here? All right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Bumi, go ahead. I'll find you. I'm having technical issues here. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Bumi.
Okay. So I would not pretend like I know the man, but I think I'll just go based on. I'll just start from where Ovie stopped. I think one of our problems as a society is the fact that we don't tend to see 10 or 5 years in the future. It's all about, how things are currently structured and okay, how it benefits me. It's the whole have your cake and eat it. Whether or not, the football at that time was under the government or not, you were still getting some form of salary. Did you ever think about how your life would look like when you were 60, when you were 70? Those are the questions I feel like we should all ask ourselves. This is not to say that the Nigerian government should not try and provide any sort of whatever you want to provide for your people. But you as a person, you need to ask yourself too, like, how do I want my life to look like? And I don't know if people are asking themselves that question. I think it's all about, oh, the government must do this, government must do this. Yes, but what are you doing for yourself too? And I think my one question I also want to ask is, what about the other sports? Like, I know, yes, football is the biggest, but is that there are not Nigerians in other fields? Like, we have people in track, we have people in, wrestling. What about those people? If we have this whole concept that the government should provide for the athlete, then they have to provide for every single athlete. If not, we'll have a whole problem, which we already having, because we have that problem of like, oh, the government only, focusing on one group of people and ignoring the other people, which is not equality. So that's another question we should ask ourselves. Fine, let the government, provide whatever they need for the man that passed away. But then, someone from another sport is going to wait till they're 90 or 80 and say, oh, government, please provide for me too. It's not sustainable. Each and every one of us should find ways that either we're campaigning for our own individual sports to have some form of security for each and every person, and not just us individually, because he's not the only person who probably played for Nigeria. What about the other people? But it's very individualistic that, okay, I have to have something. The rest of you, if you like shout, don't shout. When you breed things as a society, then you get it, and every other person gets it too. So I think that's just all I have to say for this topic. I don't know the man, but may his soul rest in peace. And yeah.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. Mr. James, I got some messages here. Some people were saying, why are we harsh on Taribo West? Because governors who serve 4 years get big retirement package that they sign into law themselves, where they are taken care of for the rest of their lives. People who were in the Senate for just 4 years, they get retirement packages that we pay for. So that's the world they see. That's how they've seen the world. What do you make of it?
Well, the way I see it is this. The country is in tatters. There are no rules and regulations governing anything. We act on issues spontaneously. That is just how the country is. Although Mr. Tinubu is not my star, but I believe he is not responsible for the problem, but it is his responsibility to fix it. That is how I see this problem. Not until the country is properly organized and we behave like responsible members of the human race, these problems, in fact, this is just the beginning of more terrible things to come. I will not be able to comment on issues of sports. I think it was on this platform, yes, some time ago. KJ, please come to my rescue. I was quoting William Shakespeare. Caesar was telling somebody that Cassius looked very lean, underfed, a hungry-looking man because he thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. It's not gamesome, something like that. I think I have the features of Cassius. I'm lean and hungry-looking. Probably I think too much, but I don't know if I'm dangerous, so I will not be able to. And I'm not gamesome, so I don't know if I'll be able to comment authoritatively on issues concerning sports. But however, I still remember my high school days. People like, my father used to speak of sports, talk about sportsmen. People like Kiliwi Wanchuku, Dick Tiger, this Atonda Balogun, and those kind of, anyway, Nigeria glorifies nobody. Now, it's not just because they are sportsmen. I just remember something. You remember this man they call Joseph Wires. He was the Senate president during Shagari's administration. The man died in London. And the family found it excruciatingly difficult to bring the body back to Nigeria because they could not afford it. The federal government turned their back on him, and I do not know if he has been buried anyway. And look at this man too, what's his name, Ekwere Madu, who's serving a jail term in the United Kingdom. They've forgotten all about him. I think he was deputy Senate president or something like that. So it's not because they are footballers, but the country is just irresponsible. That is what is causing the whole problem. Not until the country is properly organized and we start behaving like responsible members of the human race, we are demanding too much from Mr. Tinubu's government. Although, as I've said, it's not the cause. Let's be fair with him, but it is his responsibility to fix the country. So that is it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. KJ, a few weeks ago, we brought Charlie Boy on 90 Minutes Africa. When he was the president of PMAN, Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, he set up a kind of retirement system, which is what they have in the NFL here, or basketball here, where part of the money you make while you are playing is kept for you, because they know most of these guys are too young or too disorganized to manage their finances. Such that OJ, when OJ was in trouble, they couldn't go to his retirement and take his money. They could take everything he had, but not that money that comes to him every month. So you would think that the template is out there. We're talking about best practices. Why is it that we are still debating this, that these organizations, or even if the individuals cannot help themselves, that the organizations can set up systems that will work for their people? I mean, they don't have to reinvent the wheel.
I agree with you. In a nation that thinks about its people, and I see someone in the comment section was talking about a land that eats its own people. That's in Canaan, the land of Canaan. When Israelites were sent to go and look, I said they have giants, but the land is so powerful that it consumes its own people. It eats the flesh of the people. That is what it is in Nigeria. I'll give you an example of myself. Every single, I don't want to use the wrong word, share that I bought in Nigeria has disappeared over the time. The last one that is remaining is Zenith Bank. And even now, it's not even worth the money I spent. But like I said, every other single one, Rudolph, is gone.
What do you mean? What do you mean disappeared? The company left the stock market.
Oh, you wake up, you don't see the company. You can't go anywhere. You can't take them to anywhere. You can't go to the what do you call them, a CAC to make any complaint. Nobody is held accountable.
No, hold on. Are you saying that the company left the stock exchange, or is it what you mean?
No,
the company is there.
They don't declare that they are bankrupt. What can you do?
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, one of the last one was a friend of mine. When I discovered it was a friend of mine, because I know his antecedents, I asked the guy who was putting my money there to pull my money, but that money, he couldn't pull it, the following week. The whole thing went out. Till today, nobody was held accountable. That is how the situation is in Nigeria. So you can't blame them because you don't know if they invested and they can't think that this story I'm telling now happened to them. You can't blame them. However, in a system, and like I said, a place where things work, there will be people who will chase up these guys and get out those money, or they go to jail. But you're working in a situation where, in fact, one of them was bold enough to come to a conference we had called for all the investors to meet, and he came and said, you can go to court, you can't do me anything. And he had mobile police guys who came with him, about 6 of them, all armed. Nobody could say anything, including a colonel who was in one of the investors in that company. He couldn't say anything. He told the guy, look, I talked to generals, you are just a nonsense colonel, what are you going to do to me? So, having said that, this is the situation we find ourselves. And you cannot blame them. Yes, like Ovie said, some of them didn't do any investment because they thought the largesse was going to be flowing. But let me go to this beginning. Dodo Mayana, as they call him, El-Rufai, was not only just a player, he was one of the symbols that united Nigeria those days. In 1994, when he was able, that team was able to win the African Cup of Nations, he lifted Nigerian spirits. He brought people together. Now, he was, died on the 3rd of July, okay, after a long protracted illness. Nobody will say they didn't know he was sick. And they say, yes, we cannot blame El-Rufai. I mean, what's his name? Tinubu. But Tinubu used him for campaign. If you use him for campaign, and you now know that he's sick, you should have been able to, how much will it cost you? You're not going to even reach the money you take for the yacht that you are using as a presidential yacht. Okay? You could have been able to help him so that if at the end he dies, people cannot say you didn't help him. I think they will say, oh, Tinubu tried for him, but it didn't work that way. Now, having said that, what's his name? Rufai participated in 2 World Cups on behalf of Nigeria. And he was the pride of Nigeria. Let us face the fact. He was one of those we as growing up as children, we really appreciated the role he played as a captain of the Super Eagles and as a player. In fact, at that time, we used to refer to him because they said he had 3 degrees. So we all used to say, even if we are playing sports, I play sports. Even as an Igbo guy, I represented Benue State in all secondary school games, in Kaduna. All right, I play basketball very well. I play almost every sport, but I like basketball, and I dwelt on that. So I played sports to a competitive level. All right. In fact, as a basketball player, you know how long you run? You run about 5 miles. That's about 8.01 kilometers in each game, especially if you are a point guard or you are a very active player. So in that one match, and sometimes in a competition, you play up to 25 matches. So put that together. So whether you like it or not, energy expanded in that just one competition. It's much more than what a governor will expand at his 4 years of working for the government, but he eventually pays himself retirement packages, having house in Abuja, having house in Lagos on behalf of the government, having official cars being given to him almost after every 4 years, 4 official cars, and being paid salary from the state government. So if the governor who is only making policy and going around to commission projects can be given this treatment, what more of those who wear the national color and represent us at international levels? I think something much more should be done for them. And taking the example of the NFL you talked about, if that system cannot work because nobody is held accountable in Nigeria, what I would advise players is that for those of them who have plenty of money, once your money is paid to you, get a fund manager outside of Nigeria. I won't say put a fund manager in Nigeria because they will eat your money until you can't do anything. Okay? Get a fund manager in a country that has law, that if it goes wrong, you can take the people to court and let them manage your money. Look at Tyson. Tyson is almost broke. Why? It's not because he didn't have money, but because he didn't make use of what was paid him. Okay? So get a fund manager. Now that you are young, please don't depend on the country because they will leave you at the end of the day. Get a fund manager and use your money wisely. So that's what I would say. It's unfortunate. I watched the burial. In fact, the burial was more of his friends and members of his whole team that were there. You know, there was not much government representation. All right, and which is shameful. And I agree with Terrible West. I have said this many times before. I cannot ask my son to go and play for Nigeria for what? You know, I can't. I will not do that. I will tell them, go for the highest bidder. Who is going to pay you money? Go for the person. I won't even advise them to go and play for that country. Play your professional football. Make the best you can make out of it. Somebody was asking, why is Okocha not crying? Okocha didn't play at the same time that Peter Rufai played. Okocha played much later, later in game, and Okocha was much younger. If you follow football very well, you know that most of our players those days, they're not actually quoting their age. We know that one. Okay, so Rufai died at 61, all right? And he could have lived better if he had better treatment, better medical and all that. So I said to you, if you have a child playing football, don't advise. Well, if they want to represent Nigeria, it's okay. But if not, let them face the person who will pay them. Ego. Manweke or Napa. The beauty of a man is in his pocket. Go for the broke. Don't let anybody deceive you. We played all that. If not because when help us, when we say we'll shift out before it became late, we'll have been one going to sports stadiums now, hanging around begging people for how to eat. So that's my advice. People like Ovie, they were able to be wise. They shifted before it became late. If not, by now we'll go to the stadium and be giving him some money to go and buy granite for himself and eat. That is what the players are doing. I have friends who played at international level. I'm serious. In Benue, Benue State has the best handball team. Those guys are still left there in the stadiums. They are still coaches in their states. Nothing. Nobody is listening because right now their sports age have run down, so they can no longer compete. But they are good coaches. They were excellent players. But who cares about them? Nobody. That's the system. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ.
KJ, no push aside for Magario. I see the way make government come rescue me.
Dexter, you're next. Dexter, you're muted. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's a very interesting story. Considering that Taribo West was one of the people that prophesied and supported Tinubu. But I think one thing is very instructive. First of all, people like Taribo West, during their time, they earn their money. I don't believe in this idea of, you start comparing. No. I don't believe in that. People like Taribo West, in their own time, they earn their money. But people like Taribo West represent the old generation, which is the old generation. If the thing is benefiting them, they won't speak against bad governance. They won't speak against corruption. I give you a typical example. Ajibade, the captain of the Falcons team. Okay? After the government have promised them all and sundry, she went on Today's podcast and said they have not paid them. She spilled the beans. She did not hide it. The old generation, that generation will not do it. Let us be loyal. Let us be loyal. As long as that old generation, if I'm in the camp of the oppressor, then there's no problem. Nigeria is the kind of that is what was prevalent in Nigeria. If there's an oppressor, but because I'm in his camp, I will be okay. I'm all right. That's what people like Taribo West represented. And that is why he came out and was prophesying for Tinubu to win. But like I say, when you allow injustice, it will catch up with you. It has met up with them. The footballers that didn't invest, it has caught up with them. And unfortunately, you see, this story in Nigeria is going to continue. And what Nigeria is going to breed is unpatriotic personalities, because people know that, one, it's not even about the government taking care of these players. No. If the facilities were working, if the government facilities were working, if Nigeria was a sane place, there's no reason why people like Peter Rufai, all those footballers, they won't have a problem. If Nigeria was a sane place where hospital, medical care is not a problem. I mean, look how the government of Nigeria is budgeting 145 billion naira to build bus parks in the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. The budget for health Nigeria is not up to 145 billion.
How much is it again to renovate their third mainland bridge?
3.6 billion.
No,
Thank you.
Trillion. So that tells you our value system, the people that are leading us, it's clear that they are bereft. They can't offer us anything good. Let us not deceive ourselves. Some of us might want to be because maybe now my brother they there. The truth is they don't have the gravitas. They don't have the gravitas to offer anything good. And until we start facing this reality, we are going nowhere. People like Terrible West, look, they are reaping what they sowed. That's the truth. Because the time, and that is why the young people now, speak up. The people that have the opportunity, speak up, because posterity will hold you. That's why I like Dr. Charles Apoki. He's 63 years old, but he has been speaking up. And he says so that tomorrow, when his children come, his grandchildren come, his great-grandchildren come, they will see that, yes, my father was one of those people that spoke up against injustice.
That's if there's still YouTube.
Well, Dr. Damages, there will still be something. There will be something. Whatever it is, there will be something. But, so people like Terrible West, he say, look, they are reaping, because they are reaping the rewards. They are reaping the rewards. But for the new, you can't blame. Look, people will still play for Nigeria. That's the truth. Whether we say it or not, people will still play. But our country is, whether we like it or not, we are in a very difficult position. And there's one thing touching on what KJ was saying. The way this government is going to shop around for investors, all the investors need to do is go and look at Lagos. Many people that invested things, bought land in Lagos, are they not destroying their properties down the line? That tells us that whatever this government is doing is for optics, not necessarily for sustainability. So people who want to throw their money, they should be very, very careful, except they are going for hot cash. Hot cash where you get your cash immediately. Because if you follow the Lagos model, where people bought land and after 20 years, you come and destroy their property, people you have given C of O. I won't be surprised if the kind of things that are coming up in Nigeria presently, 10 years down the line, whatever these people have given will just disappear, will just dissipate, completely disappear. And Tinubu going to Japan, I think Japan needs young Nigerians. Japanese, they are very astute people. Japan is having a population shrink. It's not because they want to invest any money. Those guys have what they want. They need young Nigerians. Nigeria has the largest young population in the world presently. So they need young people that can come and be involved. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you, Dexter. Forefathers, the final question.
Can I just say something before you go ahead? Just some few minutes. So 1 minute. Somebody is asking questions, and I want to say this. I play competitive sports. It's not about how tall or not I am, but even till now, I still play basketball. So that's by the way. The other guy was making comment. Okocha was one of the first set of people that was drafted from the junior team. We all watched it. Okay, he and Wanko. Okay, They were the first set of junior players that were drafted in. So we know when Okocha joined. But Okocha and Erifai were not on the same level. Erifai, I say Erifai, what's his name now?
Peter
Erifai. Peter Erifai was
leave the
at
comment
the class.
section alone.
No, I'm coming now. Let's get it straight because this is history. He was at the class of the commander, who is Stephen Keshi, and Christian Chuku and the rest. Those are the group of people that play together. Let's not divide the group, because when Humphrey, what's his name now? Joe Humphrey, the Nigerian coach, brought those younger people to strengthen the front. Our Okocha was too good to be left out. We even remember when it was a national debate, why should they draft Okocha into the team, because he was too young, according to them, to have started featuring in a senior team instead of even waiting for his age. But whatever be the case, what we are simply saying in this case is this: if people have served your country as these guys have served, Rufai, Peter Rufai, Christian Chuku, Stephen Keshi, Uche, what's this other guy? Uche, somebody. Those guys served and they are dying in penury. It will not take Nigeria anything to include them in just monthly stipends to keep them going, so that you will encourage your younger children who will see them and not see that they're dying in penury and say, if this is what it is to be a sportsman for Nigeria, I will not be part of it. It's as simple as that. Government can even set up its own system to manage their money. So just like Rudolph said, this is not written. It's not. You're not trying to reinvent the wheel. Just copy what is being done in other places and implement it, and then people can be happy. Your youths could be engaged, and things can go for better for the youths, and you yourself be at peace. Thank you.
Mr. KJ, why are you stressing yourself? Ovie here told you to not mind the people on the comment section. See, I think one of the policies here is that before you come on this panel, you are not under the influence of anything, and you cannot have cup with water inside, right? But some of these are our brothers of comment section. Most of them, they have bottles by their side. So most of their comment is coming under the influence of something.
All right. Thank you. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. Taribo West, I was around when he was playing for Nigeria, isn't it? So I guess his comment is coming out of the frustrations that we see in Nigeria. I think one of the things I've learned is that we shouldn't necessarily tell people how to respond. We could advise. We can't tell people how to respond to the mess that we see in the country. So I can't exactly start questioning his way of reasoning that he would not have his child play for the country. If a nation hardly have heroes that they remember, what do you expect? People don't care for that nation. And it's a shame, because if you look at Nigeria, you hardly see any heroes. It's only maybe self-made people that people recognize, and we are proud of them. We are proud of them, but we don't really have heroes that are not wealthy or big people. I call someone like Dangote a hero, Chimamanda, people like that. But how about this lady, Tolu Lope, that I always felt like, how is it that Nigeria always, whenever we have heroes, they just die? This lady, she was a kind of hero in the Air Force. She was fighting terrorism strongly, and she just died in the barracks because somebody just ran over her, and that's it. Her life is over. It's like we don't have the luck of preserving heroes. Other nations, you see war heroes. Even I'm not sure a lot of people know that Buhari technically was a hero for Nigeria when the Niger, if I'm not mistaken, or Chad invaded Nigeria or attacked some Nigerian territory. We don't know that because nobody tells us those stories. That he went, fought them back into, they wanted to even take over Chad. That he closed the border when the president Shagari told him not to. He shut the border and wanted to go to the capital of this Chad Republic. So some of what this is, we don't know these stories of, because we don't have heroes. All we have is big men in the country. And if you don't take care of people that have served the nation, from the military, even the military, they are complaining. Some of them, they have to protest to get their money. I don't know, man. Maybe they too, they are just as fault as everyone else, because we got ourselves into this mess. Let's face it. we are all participants in what got us into this mess. Many of us, our people will go into that office, we will wreck the system. We will join and wreck the system. And in the end, like I said, it will always come down to until our eyes see fire enough and we are motivated, we will remember the reason why integrity, morality, and things that build great nations matter. We are not going to take this thing seriously. We'll keep talking and talking and talking until we see fire. Because this stuff, I've looked at it in so many ways. How do you shift a people's mindset when the culture has been so ingrained for such a long time? You can blame anybody. That's why I'm tired of blaming people now. What is the point? We are all at it. Even the Tanibo West that he's saying it, you check him his history, you will find so many things he's done. And without repercussions. They get away with it, and you expect that system to function well. I am also part of it. We are all culpable for the mess we are in. Me, I'm resigned to the fact that, yes, maybe I'm slightly more conscious in some sense, but until we see fire, I'm not even sure I'm that motivated. Am I taking risks with my life? I'm not. But when that time comes, I'm telling you, people will lay down their life to do the right thing but for the nation, to understand that if we do this, it's going to be better off for all of us. But right now, we are not motivated enough. That's what I see. And we should not be criticizing somebody for saying they are not going to have their child play for Nigeria because you don't know the pain he's feeling. What are you going to do? You criticize him, is he going to change anything? He's not going to change anything. Personally, I won't do that. Like Ovie, he's not going to do that. But he also has the right to do that. A nation that doesn't have heroes don't deserve, nobody will serve them. Why would they serve you? Because you don't honor them. Thank you.
All right.
Doctor, for the spirit of honoring those that serve Nigeria, let me have the final say. See, I think to Nigeria, I hear you, but at the same time, when you say we are part of the problem, we are part of the problem. We say we stop blaming people. It's not about blaming. It's not enough for us to keep talking. We have to start acting. Dr. Amechi says something. The template is out there. That is a message to those who are currently active, the likes of Yesima and the rest of everything. Yes, we should honor our heroes. But also don't forget that one of the advantage of being a hero is that you have the capacity or power to influence the government. I don't expect this politician to come and write a sport policy for me. I'm wasting my time. We practice policy and democracy of transaction. Those guys are rich financially. Honor, they get them. Glory, they get them. What's stopping them from coming together and influence the government in the spirit of heroine? Nobody's going to do that for us. The governors are having patience after their time. Now they write the policy. If you are not in position to write the policy, goddamn, you should be in a position to influence. And guess what? These men have that, were in that position. Me, Bumi, you, or also, I'm not going to do that. They are no longer now. Let's say they fucked up. Excuse my Yoruba. They made a mistake. But what about those who are currently playing? We are still going to come here and have this conversation in 20 years if we are still alive. Nobody is going to write a policy. This NFF had one of the best buildings in Abuja, glass house. They don't get hospital for themselves. So in as far as there's no way for them to steal money, they will not reason that way. Terrible West, nobody cares. Now pastor already is gone. I don't expect pastor to come and be telling us how to run our own. He has already chosen his path. Let him go. But on a more serious note, now we be government. If the person we are supporting, we don't have a way to actually influence that person when he's in power. Why are we supporting that person? That's why I always say, why you they support this person? So for my federation, they always talk up. Nobody is going to change our fortune. Now us. I started a program about 5 years ago, Athlete for Athletics. We have them abound. What can we mobilize our step? Start coaching, start teaching, we build our own federation, but with a way for government, which will be government. We are in our 40, 50, 60. We see they complain government. The people who are in government, are they not our friends? That is the whole point. That's why they blame their generation, particularly the terrible West. Not their friends, they power. Now they, at every sector you go, not them, not their generation, they power now. They know they power again. So what are they doing? When they campaign for Tinubu, what is their intention? So if we should stop complaining. Like we don't old. We are too old to who would they blame when the younger generation are also blaming us that we not try. So they say government to do this. As I said, I don't expect Tinubu, who has his own view of life and everybody to come and write sports policy for me after retirement. Like how does that? We have no idea.
The
Now
problem
you go
is
write
that
the policy, you create them.
if you look at what Dr. Dameji said, he touched on the solution. It's clear on this particular issue. He touched on the solution. There are systems already established, but if you do it in Nigeria without any
Who
form
is
of
going? No, sorry. Who's
guarantee,
supposed to do
somebody
it?
will take the money and run away.
To Nigeria,
Because Nigerians are hardly trustworthy.
Hold on, to Nigeria. Who's supposed to do it? Now, those people who don't get the experience. Our spent federation don't exist for the past 50 years. Who is going to write the policy for them? Who is going to influence government for them? I mean, now the street people.
Listen.
No problem with the old generation.
Because they are all out there to steal money. That's the
No,
problem.
hold on. I am talking about. Hold on. Let's don't generalize this thing. These people are a group of elite. You are talking about they are all heroes. They are elite. Now we go write policy for them. Now we go push them. What are they doing collectively?
Okay, can you hear what I want to say, Ovie? Recently, I watched an interview where my Mikel Obi was complaining. They know what to do. The system don't want to allow them to do it.
My brother, hold on. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Now you are outside the system. It's like a moving train, and you are saying you want to tell the driver at what speed to go. You can only get into the train when the train has stopped. These people,
KJ,
hold on.
No, KJ, you are wrong already. Now I am not.
All of them at one time or another have tried to go into the NFA and tell them what to do and how to do it. Those people ideas are not taken, because if the ideas are taken, the Nigerians falling from these places will not reach them any longer, and that's why they will not implement this.
KJ, hold on. You can speak as an outsider. I am not an outsider. I'm a stakeholder in what we are talking about here.
Yeah, but you don't Ebola now. You don't Ebola. Those people in Nigeria.
Can you just hold on? Not just because I competed, I also run a charity organization in that sector, empowering high school students in terms of sports. I also run a media office frequently focusing on sports. So I am a stakeholder. We are not outsiders anymore. If you try today, you fail, try again. Are you not encouraging Obi to go back? He failed the first time. Why are you encouraging to go back? That is the whole point. Keep trying. Nobody's going. I don't expect you as a journalist to come and write policy for a sport person and to influence that person to go through. No. Now me and my people go do it. If we are not doing anything, we should stop complaining. Now our friends, they power. My MC today now one of the state assembly in Edo State. So I should stop complaining if I cannot influence him to do what is needful. So now our people, now our mates, they power, not be our elders anymore.
Dr.
So it is so those people again. These players are in a very specific ladder in our nation state. They are elite. They have privileges that ordinary Nigeria will never have. They have all of them now. MON, ON, all of them. They are all government. They will recognize accordingly. Again, if they cannot influence government, they are friends. Who is going to do it?
All right.
Nobody will do it. When they want money, they're going to say I do all those things. When it's point to right, because the policy will not benefit them. They don't think I held.
Okay, Ovie, thank you. We are over our time by 17 minutes. The only reason why I'm still here is because the ladies are off today. So forefathers, we have time to make up, but we have to round up at one point. I wanted to give everybody a chance to rant as part of the rounding up. There were topics that we didn't touch, which hopefully forefathers will touch on them. OBE, welcome to the show.
Much, Dr. Damages. Sorry, I had to come in for this anyway. My father's house in Benin, I was a neighbor to what's his name again? Thompson Olia. No, Thompson Olia. Guabon is there. Guabon is an elder brother, family member. But Thompson Olia was living as in 4th Street away from my father's house. So I grew up knowing Thompson Olia. When he comes back from stuff abroad or whatever he wants to play, you know that the guy like hosts the whole area. Then everybody, That's where everybody feasts on. He stays in the hotel. He will have a house there. He will stay home. He will stay in the hotel, coming home to feed everybody, laugh with everybody, and all that. Because at that time, at that olden days, it's assumed that they were not fund managers to actually tell them exactly what life is all about at that time. I'm sure somebody like Papilo will not make this mistake. Okocha will not make this mistake that is happening now, because those guys, they end at their later end that they were able to have the financial manager. This is how it works. I was in stockbroking firm for 10 years in Nigeria. So when you come, you know this big shot around, you tend to balance your portfolio. We tell them all these things. But because then what was raining was to build house for rent, build house and put tenant, that was what was raining in their head. They don't understand that money can vanish and all that. So they were no financial managers to give them a balanced portfolio. You don't put all your money in stock market, or put all your money in money market, or put all your money in debentures and other security, whatever. You balance your investment. I don't know, the way one is out, the other one is trying to, balance, trying to cushion the effect. And that is how you live on for your retirement. We also tell them that these things are actually going to happen to everybody. But when the market went crashing, everybody suffered it. Everybody that did stock market actually are crying. That's why in America today, I cannot put my money in the stock market, because I know that it's nonsense. You understand? I cannot trade with people like Donald Trump, who can take only $2 out of the market and crash everybody down. Why you will wait until your 100,000 become 50,000 or become whatever profit at the end of the day. So the sportsmen were actually leaning on their immediate financial strength. And that was where they were eating on. They were oppressing in the area. They were driving fantastic cars. They were just living the life as it were at that time. They didn't know that tomorrow was going to come. So they didn't have, in fact, the Nigerians factor will affect the doctor, the professor, the police, the soldier, the everybody. They think they will be out of it too. Nobody's out of it. It is the Nigerian rot that is trickling down to everybody. That's what is happening here. So at the end of the day, none of them can actually escape it, because they didn't invest. They didn't even understand. They were big boys. When I mean big boys, then when they come back from their training or come back from abroad, the whole street is shut down for them, because they were having too much money to spread around, but they were not investing. Even when they were investing, it was not priority, or they didn't have a financial manager who they were paying that would give them financial advice and may manage a portfolio for them. In fact, then in Nigeria, is there anything like nothing like portfolio manager? We only have bank account, that's what you have. No financial manager, no portfolio manager, nothing was existing because of systemic rot. They just steal money, eat money, they don't plan anything for anybody. So that is what these guys are feeling now. The trickle effect is happening to the police, happening to the soldier, happening to the whatever, except the politicians. They are the ones that are free because they steal too much money. That's why I told you guys before, when Akpabio was stealing in Akwa Ibom, Akpabio stole in dollars and pounds. He didn't steal in naira. So that guy will never go broke in his life, because I was aware that he was keeping this money then, because we used to go and change money for him. So those guys are actually dumb for us. They kill the country to, according to that guy, say they kill it to death. That is what it is. So I think the footballers or whatever sportman, they have made their mistake. All of them are crying now. Don't blame them. They in their days, they were not too much information about how this thing works. They just work on what their father did or what was raining then. But today, I think most of them are learning better and they're going to do better. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Dr. Damage,
Well done.
No,
I'm
hold on.
not adding. If you remember, Daniel Mokachi bought a private jet at that time. Bought a private jet.
All right.
Let me give you one. Let me tell you another thing that support the last week. No, just see. When you said they don't have information, they are feeling different from others. In a way, it's a two-way. I agree with you that they don't have information, but again, in particular, this generation that are crying, they are well exposed. But you know the difference between we Nigerian athletes and say Kenya, for instance. If I would challenge anybody, if you go any stadium in Kenya, on a good day or you go road their road walk, on a normal day, you can hardly differentiate who is a professional, who has a contract, who is just starting, who is not. You know why? Because the few of them who went out there and actually break through, they did not stay home. They came back to their village and educate those who not just educate them, they give them their kids instead of selling them. So, but in terms of Nigeria, when we come, especially I started from the group of these terrible, where you said they were oppressing, not just oppressing people around, they will keep the secrets away from you. How they made it. even up to today, now when I come school for America, I know say you feel go any school where you want for America, from Harvard to anywhere. But nobody will ever tell you that just because you came on this track and field scholarship. But nobody will tell you that. So it's still happening. We are greedy set of people when we are on top. So I'm glad all this thing is happening. It's not going to change until we change our own ways because it's happening out there. This is not something that out of the blue, or just as Dr. Damage put it, there's a template out there that if you go Kenya today, their government is pretty much occupied by the ex-athletes. How you want to beat them? Because they leverage on their influence as at that time that they're on top of their game, instead of using it to oppress your neighbors and the Nigerian syndrome. So I'm sorry, now we be the government of today. We are of age.
All right, thank you so much, Obe. Let me just point out for Kulata, I didn't say that the government should provide retirement for anybody. They don't even do that in America anymore. So that wasn't my position. All right, so what we're going to do now, we have to round up somehow, and I want us to round up with a rant. It could be on any topic. It doesn't have to be on this particular topic that we have been talking about. I want to play a video of something I think most of you must have seen, and I want to make sure that we all remember that this is where we are, because sometimes we forget how behind we are in that country. Let's watch just 40-something seconds.
So as you are going in there now, go and cooperate with the Speaker, other members of the House of Assembly of Kogi State, and be part of those that will support Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo. Are you getting my point? In everything that comes to the assembly, everything. Even if you don't understand.
That was Yaya Bello, the one that was former governor of Kogi State, talking to current lawmakers, essentially telling them to go to the assembly and support the governor. Anything that comes there to sign, even if they don't understand. And look at the way he was expressing it, the way he was talking. This is somebody who has a case at EFCC. It doesn't show that, that it made me weak. And someone from Kogi State will be thinking that, there's a way we can get these people to do what we want. And just that will show you the level of governance we have. And sometimes you wonder if there is really hope. Anyway.
Well, I will wait for my turn. I think I disagree with you, Dr. Dameji.
Okay.
And I will use your logic. I will use your logic to disagree with you.
Okay. So sometimes we look for signs of hope somewhere in that country, something that we can hold on to say that we are making steps, the right steps. Another example in my rant is really what's happening in Anambra State, where you have this governor who should be they call the state the light of the nation. Is it something like that? The governor who should be, if he's someone that should show example, should be this professor of economics. And then you have a bunch of people he recruited called as vigilante, and they are killing people, torturing people, locking up people. They have their own cell. They don't. It's unbelievable what's going on there. And people complain and they dismiss that. And now that it has happened that someone who is a child of the nation, by saying that, I mean a youth copper, something happened to a youth copper, now the issue becomes a national issue. They are running around trying to explain themselves. But this is what we're saying. Best practice. And if the governor of Anambra State cannot show example, you can understand why people will say, oh, we don't want state police. If they are doing this now, when they are not yet a full police force, doing this to people, imagine what they will do when they become full police force. And if there's someone that will show others that we can do it, they used to say you are not mature enough. We are capable of being a state police and run it. Totally disappointed. Anyway, that's my rant for today. KJ.
All right, I will start from where you stopped. You see, Chukwuma Soludo, I've said it many times, I'm not one of those who think he can do anything. He's just a noisemaker. And I have people who worked closely with him when he was central bank governor, and all of them were so disappointed in his action. So we're not surprised. This is the Dubai has come to build in Anambra State. In fact, you need to hear a lawmaker talking about him. Okay, a lawmaker has a video out there to say what Chukwuma Soludo is doing. Is doing even as much as Yaya Bello is doing. So if you think that there is a light in the at the end of a tunnel, my brother, maybe you are the one carrying the light there, but not that there's a light you're expecting there. There's no light at that end of that tunnel. It's total darkness going all the way, because these are people elected by their people, and they can sit on the ground, and a man is drawing his ear and telling them, go there and do as I say, even if you don't understand it. What kind of a nation are we? And they are standing like people who rent have beaten. They can't even move.
And these are people's father, as in people's papa.
People whose children are even more than 25 years old. I know that what they are all of them have grown-up children, and they are standing. They can't talk to somebody who is a criminal, still waiting to be prosecuted in the EFCC. Now, if you think that that is bad enough, go to Anambra State. If you leave this broadcast now, go and search. That lawmaker talked extensively of what Chukwuma Soludo is doing in Anambra State. You have left doing what the people have called, after dealing with native doctors, you have now moved to dealing with people who have no business, okay, or with your people or whatever. Those coppers identify themselves clearly. But you see, what has happened now in our country is that it's now become just like one of our commentators said, quoted earlier on. We're now living in a nation where the plan itself eats its own people. That's what we're doing now. We are now dealing with, if once you don't have any form of force, the person who has force will deal with you and do whatever he wants to do with you, and you cannot complain. That has always been my biggest fear with Nigeria, and we are there right now. Let us, I don't know, because it's not about prayer. If it's about prayer, we have been praying since 2002 concerning Nigeria. So we have prayed all the prayer. And me as a, I don't know about you, me, I have prayed all my prayer for Nigeria. Now I'm not praying for Nigeria again. I'm praying for myself. May God help me close my eyes so I don't even see. Because the more you are praying, the more the things are coming out. And people just grow wings. And they do whatever they want to do. Nobody is holding anybody accountable. In a same nation, how can even lawmakers go to such a man's house to go and receive lecture on how to have good governance? So I leave it there, gentlemen. If you can answer those questions, okay. But for me, I don't see that light. Except you are the one carrying the light in the tunnel. There's no one at the end. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Bumi, you're next.
I remember when forefathers, I'm hearing echo. I remember when forefathers almost wanted to blame Gen Zs for Nigerian problems because of I think we're looking at some videos and I'm like, looking at these people, Gen Zs are not the problem. Okay. These are grown, I'm not a conservative, but if there's one word I'll pick from them, these are grown men. So about people's fathers, people uncle, and you're looking at them, you're like, wow, these are the people we should obey. It's in our culture to respect your elders. These are the people you want us to respect, but we are the problem. It's very funny to watch sometimes. But I wanted to actually give an example when we were talking about the whole football thing. I have a friend that plays football, and I remember he telling me that they hadn't paid him in a very long time. So I was like, yo, are you the only one they haven't paid? And he said all his teammates. So I was like, okay, gather all your teammates, go to your coach or whoever is in charge, and tell them that you're not playing the game. In football, you need at least 11 people to play a game. Gather all your teammates. If you don't get paid that day, you're not playing. So no one, you lose, they lose, everyone loses. And football is not just a game you can randomly just gather anybody from the street and say play. I mean, yes, you can, but you need chemistry. So it's something that takes time that you have to build. So it's not something that can just randomly pick people. And I remember when he did that, the only people who came out to actually stand were only 3 people. And I think they had 20 plus people. Those other people also weren't getting paid. But because the coach threatened them, knowing well, so it's kind of confusing because I'm like, if you guys had stood together, you would have gotten your money and no one would be fired. But because I think some people are so scared that they don't also understand their value. At the end of the day, you have to fight for yourself and you cannot fight alone because there were just three people can't do anything because they can easily find three people. They can't find 11 people just like that with chemistry. So I think as much as we complain about the politicians, yes, those people don't care about us, but they care about themselves. So we talk about, oh, all these politicians having their pension or benefits. Yes, because they're making sure that they're taken care of. If one thing they're gonna do, they're gonna back each other up. They're gonna make sure they're all taken care of because they know if they take care of the other person, the other person takes care of them. They work as a group of people. But when it comes to us as a people, we never work as a good group of people. And that's why you see that it's so hard to ever do anything in Nigeria. You talk about this whole getting a whole retirement thing for the players. If the players, after they won I think Mr. KJ mentioned how they took the team to, is it the World Cup or something? They had all the Nigerians' eyes on them. Imagine after that World Cup, they all gathered as a team and said, okay, this is what we want, and this is what the government should provide for us. Nigerians are looking at them, so they have the intention of every single person, and then they're making a statement. The government has to listen to them. But now only one person is making a complaint, but no one cares about one person. But people care about a group of people because they have more power. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's the only solution. If we don't come together at some point and start planning as a group of people, like so many people have mentioned, we're gonna complain again in 30 years, 20 years, 40 years, 50 years.
All right, thank you, Bumi. OBE, you're next.
Nigerian story is so sad and it's so disheartening that we were thinking that the middle age, the younger ones, is going to make a little difference from the older folks. I think Dr. Damages, KJ, and myself should be senior to the so-called governor of whatever, Bayaya Bello. It should be our junior at the level of, I think it's not up to 50 years yet. It's not at the 5th floor yet.
Yeah.
You know, you could imagine because we if we say the old men had disappointed us, then the younger ones that are coming are even doing worse than them. You could imagine. I am sure that guy bought the whole forms for those guys that were honorables in that House Assembly. He got them form. They filled it in his office. They ring them into the office, just like the man in Port Harcourt, also saying that all of you is under me because I actually paid for your forms. That is why they can come to his house and be prostrating and be behaving like fools on national television. Jesus Christ. That is the end of our respect. And in fact, these people are just showing us that we are like this. And yet Nigerians are still clamoring to vote them in again. Look at the girl, the copper girl, they won't give a certificate because she cried out. Look at the other one, anything you just do, they just do it to our face that nothing you guys can do about this. It's just so sad. And people are still telling me that this man is going to make a change. He's gone to Brazil or he's gone to whatever and whatever. Look at these movements that are happening. The Yaya Bello is supposed to be rotting down in jail. They're supposed to have been stripped naked and bring out all the money that he stole. Now he's calling people's daddy and uncles and brother to his house. And they're leaning that, telling you that even if the bill is nonsense, vote for it and let it go. So he said, even if you don't understand what the bill is all about, just say I concur and let it pass. That is how much we have gone down in that country. Let me tell you guys, we were thinking that we can make. That is why anytime you come into the political scene, they tend to rubbish you. Look at my governor before, what's his name? Oshomole. When Oshomole was fighting Babangida, fighting Abacha, everybody think he was a human being. As soon as he came in to take that injection they give them in the political scene, he's done a different thing entirely. So that is why I respect Obi. Obi went into that, folks. Obi never changed. That is the more reason why he should be my president, even if you like it or not. The more reason why he should be, because among all of them, he's the only one that I've seen that have passed through that system for 8 years and it was not transformed. He stood his ground, and he still can vote in the church. That's why his son can come out. Dr. Damage, when I saw your video when you were cutting vegetable and giving us that story of the guy, I was just clapping for the boy, clapping for the small boy who brought them down. He just leveled all of them to stupidity. They've not responded to him yet now because they all behave like fools. Small boy, that boy should be in his 20s or thereabout. That just spoke like a normal human being, like a son, not the one that is campaigning for the father. You people hate my father. You people doing it as if he's doing debate. Look at small boy. My guy, let us just understand that that's why my children cannot grow up in that country anyway, because the thing is sickening in the head. Because if you say let us go and change them, how many of us can go to the local scene and do something? They will just kill you. Because if you can't behave like them, you now become an alien in your own circumstances, and it becomes a problem. So my brother, it's so sad that they are rubbishing into the face of every Nigerian that they are like this, and yet Nigerians are still they don't understand that this thing is not going to go this way, and we are still supporting them in one way or the other. People that are so foolish and so daft in their head. Doctor, I beg. I just see this country and I vex. I don't know what to do. Whether to just stop talking about them or stop listening to them, because every day just one story or the other that is making you sick, making you look like, what is all this again? Look at Pastor. Pastor is ranting, is crying that Rufai died. Did you know that Rufai was going to die? Did you know that these things were happening? Did you see the policeman was crying? Did you see all of them on the street? Rufai is not the one that's standing out for you. And you were the one that was campaigning. Then all these years that you have seen this thing going, you've not come out there and said, Baba, we pray for you. What happened? Then the man had died now. You not suddenly know that Nigeria is not working. My guy, God, Taribo West, go and pray more. Go and pray more. Thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you, my man. Ovie.
I am disappointed in Dr. Damaging disappointmentness. Oh yeah, Sasha, clean out. Dr. Damage, the word for today is that the template is out there. We are looking for hope solution. We are seeing it. They are showing us the templates thanks to today's technology. Nothing that is happening now that is not happening before. You know, from yes daddy to stuffing dollars in Agbada to all this dobale, thanks to today's technology. So I said it before, we are practicing a policy of transactional. How much Yahaya Bello buy those men, according to Bumi, when about 3 or 4 generations of those ex-footballers no fit buy ministerial position for themselves. In America, if you can raise $10 million, you get the cabinet position. And I'm not just insinuating. Sachs, the czar of AI today, he raised $15 million in fundraising for Donald Trump. He did there. From Obama to now, everything is transactional. So that is a template that is out there. Instead of saying, I'm disappointed though, look and say, come on. Now money they work there. It's not spiritual. This is not something they use juju do. Pepe. So look your generation, just like how many of my generation go raise that kind of money and buy a position. It is not the best way to go. But if you are coming to a war with a gun and you also know that I have a gun, maybe there's a chance for us to negotiate. So it's just like what Bumi is saying. Individual no go do it now, teamwork. I was dropped from going to Commonwealth Games in India 48 hours to take off time because I stand my ground and everybody look the other way around. That's a story for another day. But it is a template that we are seeing that everything money can buy it. So that's why I divest for those generation of Rufai where they complain the terrible ways. They have money. They still have it. They have influence. They can buy ministerial position. If they appoint one of them as a minister of sports, then what in everything they fall into place.
If they begin to buy, won't they begin to steal? Eh?
See, you follow that. See, listen, see, you are complaining, they are still doing it. Do after them too. I mean, why are you scared? It is a template. I say, you said it. Yeah, it is a bad template. But I think that one will bring some kind of support. If you know say I be bad guy, you say be bad guy. You go know how you go take trade now. So it's transactional. It is not something that is juju. I talk even for America, it is money. Even mayoral election, they spend 100 millions. So let's stop deceiving ourselves. What we are seeing is a template that has been in existence since time immemorial. We should just thank God for today's technology. That is like it's happening before our own time. So what that guy is doing, thank God, say we're not tossing our juju in use for them. It's very obvious that that's what money does. Yes, it's still the money they do, right? But look for money, start from somewhere, because that's what it is. The game is not going to change unless all of us carry arm.
But we are far from that one. But since this is how the game is played, let's play it. Because if that because the Yaya Bello can get away with it because all of them now they do them. Whoever that is supposed to in position to prosecute him is also doing the same thing. Why if people were in New York won't do them, they go say, come, those guys who they test themselves also get the same money. They will have to think twice. Right? If you have said, if you are coming to a war with the same thing I have, we go know you just like America is doing. On a good day, if I don't go bomb China, let them try them. Right? That's how we get equal proportion. So that's what we should be doing. If it's a template, instead of us to be complaining, let's use it. Right? If we don't get it, let's raise it. That's what it's going to take. We should stop because, as I said, now our mates, thank God, say, una senior yeah. So waiting in they do way una no fit do am. What is he doing? If they keep people, fine. There are other way to do it if you don't want to do it direct. Because that is the only way things can change. But people know say if he rig election, nothing will happen. So why won't he do it?
Okay, thank you. Forefathers, you have the final rant. Is he sleeping? Forefathers.
Bumi don't finish him. Bumi say my generation, I be that, I did the
Forefathers is
so
sleeping.
Bumi put him in coma.
Oh my goodness. Live on air.
Now Nigeria Nigeria don't open to him.
I wanted to play a video for Forefathers, actually. This is something I had wanted to play for him.
One wife. A man is supposed to marry 6, 7 wives according to the Bible. What is all this? Look at the Muslims, they are married 7, 6 wives. And we Christians are getting married to just one wife. This is touching all. Government should look into it. Government should do something. Government should do something. Government should do something. How can a man marry one wife? It's supposed to be 6, 3, 4. Who will come marry us? Who will marry us? Please, government should do something. Bury that man, Tunde Ednon. I'm calling all of you. You people should do something. In Nigeria, men should be marrying at least 6 or 7 wives. Who will marry us? Please, when this video comes, everybody should share it. The whole world need to see it. There's a lot of single women in Nigeria. Why? 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 Why?
All right.
Dr. Dameji, Professor Gege said no to that, Simon. So I'm with Professor Gege. Gege said no, don't marry at all.
I have seen Forefathers propose something like that, so I thought he would like that video. All right. On this note, let me just thank everybody that joined us. Everybody that joined us.
I hope that two Nigeria will wake up before the next section.
It should. I hope so. Thank you, everybody who joined us, who supported us. Kulata, we appreciate all of you. This little money helps us. Real care. Thank you so much. We able to take care of responsibilities that we have. Tracy, Jacobin. Well, thank you so much. Real care. Thank you, Kulata. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. Those that joined on the comment section, thank you for all your comments. They are very important as part of this conversation that we have here every Saturday. And then those at home, we appreciate all of you. Tomorrow, like I said, on 90 Minutes Africa, we have the leadership of the World Igbo Congress. They are joining us. We're going to, the time of the discussion is revisiting Dr. M.I. Obara's vision in a world that is going nationalistic. We will talk about what is facing Nigerians in the diaspora and where the World Igbo Congress is coming in, including their new project of starting a bank for, I believe, for Nigerians in the diaspora. So we will have that conversation with them tomorrow. So please, if you can, join us at 1:30 p.m. New York time or 6:30 p.m. Nigeria. Forefathers, are you there? Are you awake?
Yes, don't mind his enemies of progress.
We called on you.
Like that, what happened?
We called on you. You were sleeping.
Yeah, I'm rested, Jerry. I've had a long week.
Wait
So
a minute. Did you actually slept off?
No, he was
why
snoring.
do people say I can't sleep? I don't sleep. What is this? I'm a human being now. What is this now? I sleep. Oh.
He was snoring.
That's funny, man.
So, forefathers, I played a video for you. I know you didn't say it, but anyway, final thoughts. Ranting. We're ranting. We're waiting for you.
I guess Nigeria is the kind of stuff one is seeing with the Alaafin and Ooni's issue. You see this kind of stuff going on publicly in Nigeria. There's so much to be repaired in that country in terms of the way we argue and fight over what. You know, I just saw the budget. I think somebody was saying something about the budget for healthcare was less than what they are using to build bus stop, bus station or something like that. And that was actually for the hospitals. The hospitals are not necessarily a healthcare budget, but the fact that it is more than for hospitals and these budgets. It tells you the priorities of our government, and I don't know, man. Yeah, Ovie said something about these people are our friends and people they are all in office. Well, then why are they not fixing the problem? Even if you know them, you talk to them, they will not fix it because by the time you know them, you want to go and start talking to them, they will start talking to you about something business, and you will start taking money. Before you know it, you end up as one of them again. This is the name of the game. That's why anybody that gets into the office, National Assembly, Senate, they all start doing the same thing. It's scary because if you look at Peter Obi's party, Labour Party, and they elected the people to go and represent the people. After they elected them, they get into Asoro, this in Abuja. They just start behaving like everyone else. It's like there's nobody out there fighting for the people. Even the one that is fighting for the people, like Akpoti, and who else is there even? Is there another senator that you can rely on that is fighting for the people? I don't even know anymore. Oshomole is not a senator. It's a Lagos man. The Abuja. He seems to live in Lagos and Abuja alone.
That's my senator. Not denying Senate representation. No, that's my senator. Okay.
Okay, but it's done. But it's quite an issue because I don't know if they get into Abuja, they can't fix anything. The only thing one can do, from my own point of view, is to just try to, like Dr. Damages is doing now, try to do as much as one can. And if you are ready, if you are the kind of person that have the mind to change Nigeria, you too should be preparing because a day is going to come. The day of reckoning is going to come. If you are ready, when that time comes, you should be ready because when that day comes and you are caught napping, you are not going to know what to do. And these people, these bad people that don't have any good vision for our people, they will be ready. They will be ready to take advantage of whatever they are going to do to our people. And they've always been doing it. Last week when the guest came here, when I was asking him about how our leaders they are not corresponding and trying to work with other black leaders overseas. Because they are not willing to do that. Even look at Benin Republic here. We barely even cooperate with Benin Republic. The Ghana, the same thing. We barely cooperate with each other in Africa. It's a serious problem. If I look at it, I just find it astounding. You can't even travel within Africa easily. How is that even hard to do? But somehow, those are our friends that we know there refuse to change anything. We know them. We know all these people that are responsible for this thing. They will get to Abuja. They will not change anything. They will just remain there and come back to their people with no results. How is it that we can't still travel freely in Africa? And all these our leaders, they keep working every day. Some of them will jump overseas. They will come back home. In Benin Republic, they'll do the same thing. Togo, they'll do the same thing. They just keep getting away with it. What job are they doing? Every time we keep talking about these things, you see the leaders, we don't seem to hold our leaders, like hold them tight and say, you know what, you can't be misbehaving like this. We as Nigerians, our leaders, they do listen. Let's not pretend as if they don't listen if we make noise. They do listen, but we are so disorganized that we don't know how to get them to listen to what we truly want. I wouldn't even say listen, we make them do what we want. They don't want to do what we are telling them. But when they see that people are moving towards them, they tend to do what we want. You see that it happened last week. Every time Nigerian people raise their voice, they will do what the Nigerian people want. And I feel like sooner or later, one way or the other, we have to start getting our voices to come together enough to actually make them do something. And I've reached the solution some time ago. I don't know why I've not even really done much about it. In terms of an ideology, we don't have any concrete ideology. We don't have any, for want of a better word, a constitution of change for the country, whereby we say anybody that wants to change the country, just go and read that document or follow that ideology. That's the direction you need to go. We don't have a common goal. All we know is people are corrupt. We need to change. We too need to change. I mean, I'm one of them. I can tell you right now, when I go to Nigeria, some things that happen, you consider it as breaking the law that I have participated in. That is true in that country. Some of the things we have all done in that country has broken the law. We've got ourselves into this mess. I know we definitely have all contributed to it. We come here every Sunday to come and, or Saturday to come and rant about what's going on in Nigeria until all of us start holding ourselves accountable. You know, when you look at the conviction rate in Nigeria, there's no conviction. When I mentioned it to somebody here in the UK, they were shocked that Nigeria has about 30,000 conviction versus UK 1 million. They were really shocked by that because she thought our lives were very hard, that things were really tight for us. And I said, do you know that in the UK, they convict, because we are talking about it from the point of view that UK is very harsh on their citizens. Now in Nigeria, they don't even convict anybody. And she was really shocked by that. It tells you the gap between us and other people until our people start realizing how backward we are in the way we enforce rules. If we don't enforce rules, how do you expect anything to get solved? We never get solved. The formula is already there. Most of all these things, we already know the solutions. Like Dr. Dameji said about the football. They could easily create an insurance system to insure the footballers. Every single one of them that become professional, that have played for Nigeria, insure every single one of them so they never go through this again. We know how to do, we know the formula how to do them. We refuse to do them. We know how to build a nation that works. We refuse to do them. Why?
All right. Forefathers.
Why? No, let me rant, because they will not let me rant in my own show. This is what they do. They will just shut me up.
Now 2 hours you want to rant?
Yes, I will run. They will not let me talk. They will tell me to shut up.
After you just convict yourself that you break the law, you're supposed to be in jail. You are supposed to be in jail. You don't come you are not a person. You just confess that you break rules in Nigeria, but they let you go.
No.
Instead of you to be praising Nigeria.
No, they didn't let me go.
But you are not convicted.
My point is that if that policeman stopped you on the road, you are not going to say you're not going to give him money.
You are supposed to be in jail, Nigeria.
What are you talking about?
You are bribing the police officer.
You're talking as if you don't do it. You see, that's the thing.
In America, you cannot be elected. If you bribe a police officer, you will not be elected. You cannot serve in public office.
See,
it should be applied to you.
See, Ovie, you know this thing. We are all at it. Yeah. And
no, speak for yourself.
You do it.
Yourself,
Stop pretending as if you don't do any of those. You are lying.
Speak for yourself.
We are all at it in this country, and we are causing the problem every single day. And we pretend as if we don't know. We say it's
who are you not blaming? Why are you not blaming? Whom are you not blaming then?
What I think is that okay, let me just say this before I go. It's quite astounding how easily we underestimate this, how the sequence of events affect what is happening now. It's quite, because when you look at the way the world changes, it's sequence of events that change it, and it's often looked at as if it's not that important. If the sequence is not right,
there's one thing that is not changing
right now.
There's nothing that's not changing, which is Jesus Christ, the only way to heaven. And an average Nigerian want to go to heaven. We don't care about all these things. We are focused. Heaven is the goal, my brother. Let the world change as it wants. Heaven will not change. Jesus Christ yesterday, today, and forever. We're not changing. Don't worry.
Say you look at that blood breaker. You see, I'm telling you what the truth is. See, my point is that the sequence of events, the reason why I said that was because if you look at other people, when the sequence of events leads to a point whereby they see pepper, the correct course, and they never turn around again. We never had that sequence of events until it happened to us that way. And Trump is trying to help
Because
us
we
right now.
serve a living God to Nigeria. I don't know if you want to believe.
Come
I'm
on.
telling you the reality on ground. And average, that's how
No.
we think. God is in charge. God is in charge. If you don't want to believe, that's on you. There's nothing God cannot do. Anything God cannot do does not exist. Our condition will change.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Damage, for giving me a chance, because this way they will not let me talk when it's my own show.
All right. Thank
telling
you,
me-
everybody that joined us. On that note, I'll take my leave. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for
Wait, Dr. Amechi, can you actually cook that soup? This one, we'll talk this matter. Can you cook?
And forefathers, thank you so much. OBE, thank you so much for joining us. And all the people in the comment section, I see all of you. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. I will see you tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. And let me also thank those behind the scene who are sending me videos. Sometimes I don't have a video, but they will send it to me. I appreciate all of you. Okay. See you next week.
We need to see that soup when it's ready.
All right, I will make pass for you.
Yeah, for all those that want to join the next show, that's the link there on the chat.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.